Hello, ladies and gentlemen, dames and herren. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing some Bevy upgrades from version 0.15 to the newly released version 0.16. Now, we are going to be picking that up immediately after we have handled the treat redemption from Thriller. Thanks so much for that, Thriller. I anticipated this, so I pre-prepped the Morty treats for today, so they didn't have to run and go get it. So we have it right here, and yeah.
Patas, Morty.
He is indeed. You gonna have this? You have the treat that was redeemed for you by Thriller? Come here. Right, here he is. So, if we pull this down, we should be able to give you guys the ASMR vibes of giving Morty a treat. Hey, I need you over here. What a way to start the stream. I know. Already. So, are you okay? Hey? That way. See, he's very excited because he's not had one of these in a little while. On account of us not streaming last week. And me being away. So he is very much in need of one. Hey, don't bite it. Hey, don't chew the whole thing. It's quite a warm day today. So this is probably quite close to how me or you would enjoy frozen yogurt or ice cream. Isn't that right, mate? There we go. There you go. All gone. It's all gone, mate. Yeah. So we'll mark that as complete. And we're still a couple of minutes before we were due to start the stream. So I figured we'd get it out the way once that got redeemed. Yeah. You okay? And he'll just sit there with us while we're doing development. He now wants my water. I'm not sure if you guys can see this, but he's got his paw on my hand. Because he wants my water. No, you've got your own water downstairs. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're all doing well. Right. So, while we're doing that, I'm going to jump on over to the Bevy website because there is exciting things afoot. So this here is the Bevy 0.16 release notes. And if I go back down to that, where was I? I have now lost my little bit. What was it called? Sprite picking. There it is. Right. So, this has been what we've been waiting for about, what, 4 months now? 5 months? We've been waiting for this release to come out. This was a change that we actually did. And the idea is that this should fix our issue where right now when you click on a tile that is in front of another tile, the transparent section shouldn't count as the front tile, it should count as the back tile. And it just lets your cursor pass through transparent sections of the sprite. This wasn't the case up until recently. So what would happen is if you clicked on a tile which had, because it renders it as a square, you've got isometric tiles. If you clicked on the corner of a tile, it should have gone to the tile behind it, but it didn't. So we've been waiting for this to come into Bevy 0.16. But there are some other things that we get as a result of this. We also get GPU-driven rendering, which means we should massively increase our frame rates. Oh, Twitch servers requested us reconnecting. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to be implementing this. We're going to be upgrading to Bevy 0.16, and we're going to hope like hell that it's an easy process, because I have yet to try it. So we're going to go on our existing branch, and we're going to do get status quickly. We are up to date, so we've not got anything uncommitted, which is good. And we're going to go cd Bevy. We're going to do cd client. We're going to do cargo upgrade Bevy. Is it cargo? It's cargo update Bevy. Right. Now this should update us to 0.16. And hopefully we can just do cargo run. I have a feeling that's not going to be the case. But we'll just see. It might work, it might not. Although I'm seeing a lot of Bevy 0.15 things here. So jump on over to the code, check our cargo. This is our client. We're still on Bevy 15. Let's cancel that. Let's update that to Bevy 16 and try and run it. Okay, failed to down Bevy Gizmos macros 0.16. What have we done wrong here? I assume we're going to have to upgrade each of these versions individually. So let's check on Bevy Asset Loader first of all. Does this have an updated version? Fingers crossed that it does. We're going to just leave this one as is and hope that that's okay. Caused by a feature edition 2024 is required. What is this? Rust up. Update. We are on an entirely different version of Rust.
Hello, beautiful.
Tricky.
Oh, wait, no, that's a mirror.
How are you doing,
Mike.
Tricky? What do you think of the new text-to-speech voices? I think they're a lot better than they were. We are in the process of updating Bevy, because a new version has come out.
They react too fast.
What does that mean? What do you mean by they react too fast? It's just installing new versions of Rust. Because apparently we had an old version of Rust, and you can't use an old version of Rust with this. It won't work. Okay.
Usually it takes 30 sec before it's read.
Okay. Well, that's because previously it was
now it's
running
like 5
on...
second.
Previously, it was running on much slower hardware. So this is actually using a third-party text-to-speech library, which we are actually an affiliate for. I don't know whether we've got a command set up for this.
Vroom, vroom.
If I go to commands, do we have a TTSQ? We do not. However, if we go to twitch.tv/MikeVDV, VDV,
Imagine
sorry.
how often I can interrupt you now.
I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And you go to About, you'll notice that there is a new one at the bottom that says our text-to-speech is powered by 11 Labs. And that is because 11 Labs is the API that we use for our text-to-speech now.
So how was your everything?
My everything's been pretty good.
Easter
was lovely. I took a week off of streaming, as everyone knows.
Week?
Yeah, and I took a 5-day weekend, and it was glorious. We went around Liverpool. We spent some time in London.
Morty?
Morty is doing well. You actually just missed the Morty treat. Thriller got right in here.
Money?
Money is money. You know, no complaints. So, yeah, we're getting on.
Sharing is caring. P.
I think sharing is caring only applies in certain circumstances. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. But, yeah. Right, I think that had... Oh, no, it's still updating. Hopefully this is just going to work. Because I feel like some of the versions should just work with version 15. Because I don't think too much of the code has changed. But I am seeing a couple of breaks here and there. Okay, so we do have 138 errors. So that... Ooh. Bevy prelude entity cannot be dereferenced. Looks to me like we've got...
Hey.
Hello, Iara.
I do have money problems.
How are you doing? That's unfortunate.
Wow, every stream I go, I see Tricky Lady.
Hey, Iyaria.
So, Iara, this is, this is because Tricky is the
just
glue
REX.
that binds many of us together.
Yeah? Stop stalking me.
Thanks to the Canon Scott, and welcome to the stream. Like I say, we're just going through the process of doing
Jeez, I'm not
Bevy
interested.
updates.
MJ.
Right. So, let's see if we can go through and fix some of these issues, because these seem relatively simple ones.
It's fine,
So if we
haha. Not stalking a...
You're going to have to prove that, though. The burden
Sure.
of proof is a mess here.
You know, I had to shoot you.
Oh, obviously. Obviously. Right. So, expect reason, message width. Let's just go from errors top... Well, the first error that we see to the last error that we see.
The only
I think
way to
that's the
prove
way
is
to
not
do
be in
this.
streams where Tricky is.
Okay, maybe don't then. Because I do appreciate you being here. It's just a case of supplying the evidence that you are not the one that is following Tricky, and proving that Tricky is indeed following you, which I think is a much easier thing to prove. Especially given that Twitch has an API for just that purpose. Right, so let's start over in client source UI hp.rs. So inside of this file, oh, Rust Analyzer is complaining. Okay, it's redoing it.
So I actually came to ask a QN.
Feel free, ask away. I'm also going to very quickly go into sources here, and I've noticed that our new clock widget needs to be below the overlay with the text-to-speech bot. Right. How's that redone? This is taking a long time. Let's have a look at where it's saying the error is. It's line 104.
Well, I was everywhere first, so...
That is true. That is true. Right.
Tricky may be following us. Did you ever think of
How
that?
impactful Bevy
Just
upgrades
be
are
aware
on
if we start
projects. Is
disappearing
it like
one by
Unreal and
one.
Unity where stuffs break beyond repair, or like Godot where you rarely notice its upgrade?
No, so Bevy updates are pretty major. So if we jump over to here and select Bevy 16, Bevy releases a blog post containing everything that changed in the latest version. Now you'll notice that we're still on 0.16. Now that's because Bevy is still under very active development. Things really do break between versions, and it does take a little while to update. That being said, we've actually been waiting for Bevy 16 for about 4.5 months. Because I did this change here. Because without this change, my game is borderline unplayable. And long story short, what I did was, when you have sprites, not all of the sprite is visible, right? You've got some areas that are transparent. And so when you click on a transparent section of the sprite, that still used to count as a click on that sprite. But then, with the change that I've done, if you click on the transparent sprite, it will pass through to something that's behind it. Now, given that my game is isometric, we have a lot of sprites that overlap, so this was really, really important. So I've been waiting for this new version to come out with my fix in it for a while because I couldn't build on the beta build. That being said, there's all sorts of other cool things in here.
One by one, Yarya just stated I'm everywhere, all the time, all at once. If you're all disappearing, it's probably at the same time, too. Don't underestimate me. Giggles in evil.
So you can actually write ha 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 if you want, and it will do it. Because we're using 11 Labs, it does use AI voice generation, so it's actually pretty cool. It does know when to laugh.
Hue hue ha 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 ha.
Not all the voices, though, apparently. Right, so this is the new thing that's also been added, GPU-driven rendering. So this means that we should get much higher frame rates.
Quick, where is Morty?
Morty is behind my screen right now. He's looking out the window. There's a nice breeze coming in.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of new changes. Okay, so Rust Analyzer is now working. So entity cannot be dereferenced. This is super easy to fix. We just remove this star here because this no longer returns a borrowed value, which is good. And you can see all of this red here. So this is everything that is broken with the latest version.
So if I don't speak, I vanish from screen, haha. How long it takes?
I think it takes about 2 minutes. I do think it's configurable, but I've not updated that value in a while, so I don't know. This is actually using Bevy, so at some point I will have to go through and update the overlay to the latest version of Bevy as well, but that's lower priority to me than my actual game.
I see.
Right. Picking behavior, ignore. Picking behavior has been removed. What has happened to picking behavior? Please tell me there are...
I met it with Symbol, right?
I believe so, Iara. You were in Symbol stream. So we're going to hit Learn. We're going to hit Migration Guides. And in here, there is now picking behavior has been renamed to Pickable. Okay.
I was expecting you to be Godot Dev, that's why.
Ah, well, unfortunately, I hate to disappoint, but I am no Godot Dev. I'm probably the furthest thing from a Godot Dev that you could possibly find. Right. What is wrong with this? Cursor options visible. Fields has the name unwrap. Okay. Get single mut no longer works. Use single mut instead. Okay. So we'll use single mut. Is that okay now? That is okay. That is fixed. Bevy's utils hash map is defined here. Well, let's do that. And then we're going to go down here where it says hash map.
Single
We're gonna
mut.
import hash
You
map.
describing me?
I would never describe someone as that. That is so rude. Okay, so this... okay.
Okay, I vanished to cook. Not disappointed. I barely care empty game engines. Aha, all I care dev process, XD.
Totally fair, totally fair. No field called cursor options on this. Okay. So, what does this return? Surely this returns... Okay, so that's returns sum. No, it doesn't. It returns okay
For
sum.
humans, it's kind of good to be a mutt. No.
I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot barge pole. Win.unwrap. Okay, so that's not what we want. Because this here... Ah, okay. Okay, so we're going to say win dot is sum end. And then we're going to say win. And then we're going to say win dot cursor options serviceable. And that should be okay. But because of the amount of errors that we have, this is going to complain. And it is okay. And because this is a result, not an option. Awesome. That should fix this file. Hello. People are asking about Morty. Here we go. Here is Morty. Would you like to say hello to everyone? Or would you just like to stare at me? That is fine too. Good boy.
Tricky lady, are you speaking genetically?
My VIP is gone due to the timeout you give me every week.
Really? That's interesting. Let's just quickly fix that. There you go. You are back as a VIP. Okay, so that's fixed. Next one. Picking focus. Could not find focus in picking. Okay. UI picking plugin and sprite picking plugin are no longer included in default plugins. They must be explicitly added. Okay.
Law bunny. Testing.
Yeah, there you go. So I don't particularly understand what they've done here. So they've got picking.
Low bunny.
What are you doing?
What?
I don't understand what they've changed here. So...
Nobody. Nothing.
Okay. Right. So they've removed picking, focus, picking interaction. Let's have a look at what this has been replaced with. So I'm not seeing picking interaction in here at all.
Wanted to test the symbols.
He is talking
okay.
to himself again, Tricky.
Oh.
You're all so rude. So I think we're going to go to the unified picking backends. Raycast pickable has been replaced in favor of mesh picking camera and the pickable components. Okay. So I think they should all be picking now. So let's go down here. And
Well, it's only crazy if he gets replies too.
that is true. Picking behavior. Picking. So there's a lot of changes to picking here.
Which he does, so
I do get responses, which is nice.
I'm just saying.
No, it's okay, you could say. Right. Mesh picking backend is now this. Flattened pointer action pressed. Are these all now pointer actions?
It is only crazy if you argue with the responses.
That is true. What is this called? If I search interaction, pointer action has been separated into two variants, pointer action pressed and pointer action released. That's okay. Pointer action. Picking action? There is nothing called picking interaction. Rename focus in Bevy picking to hover. Okay, so this here isn't called focus anymore, it's called hover. Wait, is it still called picking interaction though? Or do I need to change more? Picking interaction still seems to be a thing. So what is this error? It's been changed from an option to a result. Okay. Despawn recursive is gone. Just despawn now works. That's not going to be frustrating at all.
They changed a lot in the language?
They changed a lot in the new version of Bevy, which is somewhat frustrating. But that's fine. So commands here is mutable. I'm wondering whether this is get entity mut. It might be get entity mut.
I'm also somewhat frustrating.
Can I just label this as mutable? Let's just see. That's fine.
So I should be canceling the other frustration out?
Somehow, I don't think you're quite understanding what I'm saying, Tricky. Oh, God. Cursor position. Oh, I see what's wrong here. Okay, context menu. We're going to say like that, and then we're going to say if okay win equals this, window equals win. Else, actually, no, we're not. No, what's the best way of doing this? So this single here returns we can say if query window dot single is error, return, and we'll change this to let win q equals that. So we're not doing this twice. And we'll do it like that. It's slightly messy, but this will allow us to at least handle that new case. Will the build work? Let's see. Right, one more error in this file. And it's another one of these, and we just need to label that as mutable. And that should be this file fixed as well. Oh, and this becomes despawn. Right. Action bar. They've gotten rid of utils hash map, and it looks like they're just using the Bevy, not the Bevy, the Rust inbuilt hash map for everything now, which I'm fine with. I actually kind of prefer that. That was a very quick update for that file. Next one. Oh. My headphones just lost connection, which is not a good sign. Let me just double check what's gone wrong here. There we go. Now that we're connected. Right. There we go, fixed. Derive component. Has component gone? Component shouldn't have gone. No. The anchor component has been changed? No, that's not what we want. Move texture atlas into UI image and remove implicit component from texture atlas. That's going to be a pain. Derive component should be fine. What have they done to component? Oh, improve required component syntax. Yes, you can still derive component. But why can I not do this anymore?
I'm watching a crime docu and a YT vid about seed oils in the meantime, and all this time I've been thinking the woman died from seed oils LUL, but it's her husband.
I see. I think the issue here might not be this. It seems like we've changed the node.
Hey, D.
Hello, Vivex. How are you doing? We are just going through the process of updating updating the Bevy version from 0.15 to 0.16. What the hell is this? They've updated the syntax.
How you liking the changes?
Some of them I like, some of them I'm a little bit confused by. For example, this old require function worked quite well. You just listed what you needed. This new one is a little bit more...
I won't have to migrate any projects, luckily, but I do want to start a new one soon.
That's fair. Right. So if we do require here, then what do we need to do? We say we require a button, and it doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like that? This is the same thing. What am I doing wrong? Cannot find A in this scope, but what? This should be fine then. Why can't I do... I see. Okay. Can I do no default? So what this means is that with the change, you now define the type that you actually want as well as the function to generate it. So this is actually really good because this actually means that we can use this new structure to rewrite some of the stuff that we've got elsewhere. But that's a later date thing. So this here becomes transform default. This becomes visibility inherit. And this becomes node. What is progress style defined? Right, there you go. There we go. That looks fine. This is less fine. So this becomes single. And then this one becomes despawn. And that's fine. This becomes okay. We need to put mutable there. This becomes despawn. That's an easy fix to do. I think if you were using Bevy 16 from the get-go, all of this is fine. I think the issue is that some of these are rather large changes from what we had before, which is annoying. So for example, this single now returns...
Well, TBF, that is the reason Bevy is pre 1.0.0 still.
Oh, 100%. I understand the reasoning behind it. I'm just a little bit frustrated at going through it.
It lets them make these changes that sure are big, but result in a better UZ.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to change this to can't find window. And that's fine. We should probably replace that later, but that's all good. That's our UI fixed. That's probably going to be the easiest bit of this. This is just moving this to standard collections hash map. That's the only thing in there. We are again moving to standard collections hash map, so we just do use standard collections hash map like that. And that fixes all of that. I'm just going to add the thing that we just wrote to our clipboard so I don't have to write it out every time. Do that there. Of course, here's another one. That's also players. Ooh, networking has an issue. That's send batch, write batch has replaced this. Okay. Is that the only change? Nope. Right. There we go. Mini HP, what's going wrong here? We no longer need to dereference that. We no longer need to dereference that. We need to change this to despawn. Right. What else is this? Same thing again. Anything else in this file? Nope. Awesome. UI. Despawn.
The new child spawning APIs are super nice.
Yeah.
Hello, call.
Hello, Hibby. How are you doing?
Gonna go cut the grass with scissors.
That is pretty much what I'm doing right now. Just going through all of the issues and migrating.
I'm okay.
Okay.
No, I mean IR.
Looking back at going to my old job, NGL.
Fair enough.
So I'll lurk.
No worries. Feel free to look. We actually have a lurk command now. Right, okay, so we do have an issue here.
It's technically not just that.
The lighting library just full on can't be supported anymore. So we're going to have to comment that out. And then we'll have to re-add lighting at a later date. Because lighting is currently not updated to the latest version. Picking behavior, we changed this one already. Picking behavior. It's technically not just that. Okay. This has become pickable. And we've also got rid of hash map. This file's going to have a little bit in it. Oh, God.
Why are you going back, Hebe? Money.
Ground. The trait Bevy bundle is not implemented for this. There are different versions of the Bevy.
It's also that I'm trying not to harm the dandelions and have to remove the buttercups which are growing everywhere. But I prefer people thinking I'm just insanely Amish and haven't heard of a lawnmower yet.
That is totally fair. Right, let's do that. And let's also go over to our server. Where is it? Server. Cargo.toml. And we have Bevy ECS in here. That's also going to be to 0.16.
Scott B. 1969 sorta. One of the big reasons I got this job is to move out of the state I currently live in. But that was completely cancelled due to political landscapes being rough.
I see. That is unfortunate. Our entire tree is being rebuilt. We'll get there. We will get there. Bevy 16 updates. They are what they are. We do have, just so that everyone is aware, we do have some new emotes available for those of you who are subscribed already. We have a pixelated version of Morty, a pixelated version of Morty with a hat on, and a pixel. If you are a level 2 subscriber, you have a pixelated Morty with a crown on. There are some other animated ones coming, but those have been stuck in review.
I currently live in New York State and I am staying put.
That is completely fair, Scott. Completely fair.
Scott B. 1969 lucky. I live in Texas.
Oh, this is... Not all traits implemented. Missing mutability. Mutability. So this becomes pickable. What's wrong with this? This is expected to take 2 arguments, but it takes 3 arguments. That's concerning.
I am sorry. At least you are male, I assume. No.
I love how short that was, Hibby. Genuinely phenomenal. Right. Okay. Closure is expected to take 2 arguments, but it takes 3 arguments. Component ID has been removed. What is hook context? Oh, that's annoying. So then we're going to say these 2 need to go inside of hook context. And then like that. No. I think it's like this. So we'll do that. And then we'll say, oh, this should be easy enough. We can just do context dot entity. Perfect. And then we do context dot entity again. Context dot entity. Context dot entity. That fixes that one.
Prayers and good thoughts to you, Hibby.
That's not what I wanted. Implement missing members. Type mutability. For component to be mutable. Oh. I personally think that this component for a chunk
It could be much worse, to be fair.
Can be mutability. Component mutability. Mutable? Wait, how have I done this wrong? I would like this to be mutable. Yeah, just give me mutable. Okay, I just do it like that. That's fine. Type mutability equals mutable. Right. And we'll do that on the top line, up where we've done this. Quick fix there. Right. That's that one fixed. What's wrong with that? Oh, that's not good. Right. Require inherited visibility. Default. Transform. What's wrong with this? This should be fine. What have I messed up? Cannot create expander. You might have to use from XYZ. Oh. No? Okay, so we do default and then we'll do from XYZ. And then we'll get rid of the vec3 from this. Because apparently that's now something we can do. Let's get rid of the transform entirely. Just see whether we can get inherited visibility working. Okay. Why doesn't it like that?
Seems like your proc macro state is messed up. Ask IDE to rebuild it.
Give me a second.
Rust Analyzer should have a rebuild pork macro command.
Yeah, I think I'm doing some... I've got a lot of sub-modules in here. Yeah, that's not fixed anything. Cannot create expander for this. Dial up. Mismatched ABI. Rusty 1.82. Got Rusty 1.86.
It needed change to the file to refresh the diagnostics. For some reason.
Well, I'm just going to do that. Go here. And then do cd ... code. That's not what I wanted to do. Code ... and reopen it. And hopefully this will be fine. Is it going to be okay now?
Have you tried using a better language than Rust?
That is rude and uncalled for. I'm going to do inherited visibility default. Now, I don't know whether I need inherited visibility. I don't even know whether it still exists, but it used to
You're
be a
so
thing.
right.
Well, that's fine. Let's go to tiles. Well, that's another one that's a bit of a pain.
Can also always check with cargo check, so see if it's our issue.
Yeah, the issue is that cargo check right now is going to spit out all sorts of issues. Because I have all of the stuff that's actually broken from the new version. And then, you know, all the stuff that I actually want. So I'm going to put context in there.
Hebe, you are about to get
Context.
banned. There is no language better than Rust.
Scott, please don't be overzealous. Hibby is a long-term person of interaction and friendship who has programmed in Rust many times. Just because Hibby is also a troll is neither here nor there. Right, that's my map library fixed.
Bribery.
Okay, well, in that
I
case...
still have to be a gatekeeper. That is my job.
I understand. Now, guys, as we always say, when there is 50 subs, we have to... we do have to do some squats. However, right now we're in ads, so 2 minutes and 43 seconds of ads. Do I do the squats now, or do I wait for the ads to be over?
I will take idle bribery, though.
You know what? It's not programming, so we're going to do these squats while the ads are running. Which does mean we're doing 5 squats, but hello. And I'm going to keep drinking my beer because, you know, that's the sort of mood I'm in. Hello. 1, 2. Morty is actually attacking my feet right now. 3, 4.
Every sip of beer you need to take an additional squat.
Okay.
To burn the
1 more.
calories.
2. There you go.
Thank you,
Don't forget.
Hebe. You know I was just playing.
I'm glad everyone's in good spirits.
I know.
Right. Hash map. Import hash map from standard collections. Save that. That should be okay. Awesome. Crown items is fixed.
I would not have gifted you a sub if I thought you were being serious. Be out here for the meme.
Cannot find type parent in scope. What happened to parent?
Fair.
Has parent been removed? Rename the parent of child and change how it's accessed. The parent component has been renamed to child of. To make it clear. Okay. This is a royally stupid change. I do not approve of this.
Where?
So we end up with this. And then we do child of dot parent. What a stupid change.
Where'd the parent go? Yeah, I asked my mom this as well when my dad left.
Wow. Okay. So we don't need this one. Focus became something else. Became hover. Now we don't need this audio sample. There's a bunch of stuff to do with walls and roofs that is currently disabled. Oh god. Have hovered. What's wrong with this? What's it complaining about? Oh. Win. Not expect. Missing window. That's fine. That should be the quickest fix. Right. That's good. Yes, roofs are currently disabled. I will show why that is later.
It's complaining about a win? Ha! That's loser mentality.
I am 100% in agreement. We only have winners here. So this becomes context. And this becomes context.entity. Do we need anything else here? Context.entity. Awesome. And then this is type mutability.
I'm tonight's biggest winner.
I am happy to acknowledge that. Right. And this is child
I need to read
of...
chapter 13 again.
Why do you need to
And my
read...
prize is depression and existential dread.
What is trigger? Okay, what is this? Trigger.entity no longer exists. It's now... That's much better. We'll take that. So rather than doing that, we now just do trigger.entity and grab it that way. That's perfect. And this becomes child of, and then...
Because repetition makes it sink through my thick skull.
Don't be so rude to yourself. Okay, is that done? That's that one done? Okay, camera. Fuck. Right. Ambient light is no longer a feature, so we're going to remove that for the time being. With a comment until it gets updated. Now, what else is there to do in here? It's complaining about this. I assume because of that comma? No?
Put $1 in the swear jar, Mike. Lucky. If I want things to go through my thick skull, I need a chisel and hammer.
There you go. One Great British
Or an
Pound.
electric drill.
One Great British Pound. Jar. There you go. Right. Consider annotating with that. Okay. What does this mean?
You You are going to drink that later if you are not careful.
There is no water in that jar. Use projection instead. Okay, so we change this to projection. I assume that this is now orthographic.
And if you're too
like
careful, I'll drink it.
What? I'm very confused. Okay.
No, I was talking about when you fill it with beer.
Oh, I mean, there's a beer here. Okay, does that
I'll
fix it?
drink the Great British Pound.
Go for it. Camera transform, get sync. Okay, we're just going to call and wrap on that. That's fine. Right, what's down here? Camera transform is set up here. I don't even think this function has been used since
Do you have a smelting
8 months
furnace?
ago. Do I have a smelting furnace? No, I don't. Okay. Progress tracker. Okay, has IES progress been updated? Okay, there is... Crap.
You should invest in one so I can drink the coin.
So we are using IES progress tracker. But... Progress tracker is not a resource. The progress tracker hasn't been updated yet. Bevy mod loading. Bevy asset loading. That's one of the asset loader. Here we go. Right. Let's go.
The most annoying part of a new Bevy release.
Yeah. So, what is this one supporting?
Learning everything all over again.
There's got to be a branch of this for 0.16. Pull requests. Update to Bevy 0.16. This is really annoying. Because this here is going to block us. So let's go back to IS progress, because this is the thing that's blocking us right now. Bug fix for substates. Update to Bevy 16. Fixes 30. Okay. Okay, we might be able to do this. Because this person here has actually done a fix. So for the time being, we might be able to use
Why
this.
is that part of a bug fix PR?
Because the issue is not because of Bevy support. What the issue here is, if you look at the actual PR, what it is, this is a bug fix of substates. Now, substates is the same issue we've got here. It's to do with, see how, consider annotating ORPG game state with derived states. And you'll notice that the reason that this bug fix was needed was that in Bevy 15.1, which we weren't using, we were using Bevy 15, transition if ready and RC configured state will panic if the target state doesn't exist. This means the crate can't be used with substates that got removed in Bevy 15.1 and then added back in. So basically, Bevy 15.1 removed something, re-added it, and it caused a breaking change. Now, I kind of just want to try this and see whether, you know, if that works. We'll just copy that there. And then we'll go down to our cargo.toml. And that's the wrong cargo.toml. So we specifically want this one. Now we've got IS here. But we can do something here by going repository? No. Cargo from GitHub. Repo. Specifying dependencies. Where is it? So you just do git there. Cool. So then we just do git. And let's just do it the right way. So we do https ://github.com/that/git. Cool. Now that'll pull that in. Wait, was that the source or the... Yeah. So this is the fixed version. So let's just see if updating that works. Or whether we need to do something else. Because if that works, then we'll just use that version. Otherwise, we may have to remove our fancy loading. Slightly frustrating, but is what it is. There's a lot more errors being generated, which is not a good sign. Okay, that worked. Hash map is private. You what? Okay. The joys of open source. So we'll just use standard collections hash map, and that'll fix that. Dynamic assets is not a resource. Oh, that's annoying. So the issue is that this PR fixes the dependency. When was this last worked on? 2 weeks ago. So, but this was last updated for 0.14. Oh wait, no, this is the plugin version 0.14. Okay, no, we don't need to do this at all. So, see here, we've got the plugin version supports that. Okay, so let's go back to our cargo. Not that one. Right. And right now, we were on version 13. But if we update this to 14 RC1, then that will allow us to... Come on. Oh, I've messed that up with new lines. Right. So 14 RC1 supports 16. So hopefully, Bevy asset loader, go to the repository, also has a version for this. Because update to Bevy 16, here it is. Now this here is our version. Have they deployed this? Is there a release? 23 RC3. Flagged 2 weeks ago. I want to just pull this in. So if we get Bevy Asset Loader, and we go to that, oh, so it should be 0.23.0 RC.3. That should automatically have been deployed to Git. There we go. The joys of open source, they have actually been working on it. It's just not a full release yet. Fine. I'll take that. Dum, dum, dum. Right, it's rebuilding stuff. Come on, rebuild the build artifacts. Okay, come on. Okay, so asset collection is no longer a thing. Mismatched types. Hashmap handle, hashmap have similar names but are actually distinct types. What? What have I done here? What is wrong with this? Because this is a hash map.
i.e. mismatched versions.
Nope, I am using the right versions. I just need to use the right hash map. Because you can see here, RC3 is an RC version of Bevy Asset Loader. Whereas using IS Progress, and we can see what version that's using. So that's using Bevy Asset Loader Derive, RC3, Common Assets 13. Where is IS? Yeah, IS is using RC1, which is the same version we're using. So we just need to import hash map, but we need that one. Ooh, okay, apparently there is a different one. So what we're going to do is we're gonna go back and we're gonna sort that out in other places. But that's fine. Frame time diagnostics plugin.
Alright, that new platform module thing.
Yeah, we'll sort that out later. Adds frame time diagnostic to the app. I don't give a shit about this. I haven't used it in ages. It was only really being used when I was first building this whole shebang. I don't care. Fine. Data. This is right, I believe, now.
Nobody cares about FPS anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's a load of nonsense. Right. Let's get rid of that. Paste this in here.
Potty mouth.
Oh, totally. You know I'm in a good mood because I'm swearing a lot. This is no longer a function. It's just a value. Which means we can actually kind of get rid of that entirely. And just do this as trigger.entity. Like that. Perfect.
True that.
Right. So then we need hash map and hash set from this. I don't use hash sets a lot. I do wonder why not. Right. Finally, main. Lighting isn't used. What else is wrong? Nothing. We have no errors. Awesome. Client should now build. So let's run that. It's building. God, this takes a long time to build. While it's building that, we'll start on the server side. Server side should be a lot simpler, because on the server we're using a lot less of the built-in Bevy stuff. Oh, not what I wanted. And we're using a lot more of the stuff which we wrote ourselves. So then we want trigger.target as the new function there. So that should be okay. No, it doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, because it's still building. Right. Never mind. That's the only error in there. That should fix, though. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. What's being done at the bottom of here? That is not working. The build is working, though. It's taking a while. Oh. Do you know what's interesting about this? Some stuff still broke. So if I run that again, what happened? Oh, right. Yeah, so there's still some problems here. So let's go back up to UI. Let's go to Components Progress Bar. Now, Progress Bar changed because we have this progress style here. Now this should actually be used here. So I think what we want is actually node. Where is it? Go back to the release stuff. Okay. And this should be require that's changed. So previously we passed in the value of 10. The new one is node equals node progress style. Or can I just do progress style like that? That's how I do it. Okay. Okay. Does that now work? Does that fix the loader? I think that should fix the loader. Yeah, so now that looks how we want. Untyped asset ID. Asset paths. What's wrong here? Is unapproved. What? Oh. Let's go to tiled. Let's run that. So we've got an issue in some fairly new code. This is over in our world compiler. So one of the things that we do as part of this, and I will explain more of this slightly later. So this is getting tiles. So this is part of our... That's generating map layer, generating tile map, convert data. I think it's convert data. No, that's spawns. Generates tile map here. So then the ignore path is // clients assets dot. So I see. Right. This is fairly straightforward to fix. We just replace that with that.
Are you going to add Cheeseman to your gam?
I'm sorry. Cheeseman? As in the YouTube meme.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to add Cheeseman.
I'm getting a Cheeseman plush.
Oh, you should get a Cheeseman plush. That's fun.
L-tier streamer.
Oh, of course. I'm out of beer, so I'm switching to Red Bull. Because, you know.
Not adding Cheeseman is a crime.
We're not adding Cheeseman. Doom. Okay. Come on. Build.
Heart attack at 33.
Okay. So let's rerun that. And now, if we run this, this should now
Red
work.
Bull and alcohol.
What is the problem? Okay. So our problem here is that this path here is unapproved.
Michael, your forehead is shiny.
Is it? It's just kind of bright in here. I don't know. There you go. Right. So, I think the issue here is that we're actually...
Oh, I think the shadow from the microphone gave it a more shiny effect.
Ah, okay. So if I move it there, is that better? So, actually, is there the ability to do... I'm just wondering whether there is a way to do split. Because if I can split this instead of stripping it... So, I go into that. So if we've got a path buffer, so rust path buffer, split. Can we do is there a split in here? The strip prefix. Ooh, okay. Okay, so what we can do is we can do iter, and then we can do if we do let's source iter is that, and then we're going to say source iter dot find. No, is it slice? No. I can do source iter dot find. That's fine. I want to find index dot index. Dot enumerate. Yeah, so I can do source iter dot enumerate dot find, and this becomes index str, and we can say str equals what is the folder called? Assets. Like that. Dot into. Can I do that on a comparison? It's double equals because this isn't JavaScript. Do I need the into if I'm doing like that? No, I don't. Okay. And then we just do... Okay. So let index equals this or 0. No. Unwrap. or 0 this dot 0. Because we only care about the actual index. Then we're going to call dot into here to OS string. OS string.
So how's life as a Bevy engine developer?
Oh, shut up, you. So I'm going to do OS string new. And then we can do OS string new here. Like that. Now that gives us, consider dereferencing. That one needs to be this. Okay, can I compare this directly to... Yeah, I can. Okay. So that gives us an index. So then we do that. And then we say... so now that we've got the index, we can do source iter.collect. And this is a stupid, stupid, horrible way of doing it. But we can do OS string like this.
Next addition to the Bevy engine you should make is an auto updater from previous to newer versions for all versions supported. So you could go from 0.04 to 0.82.
Why would I do that?
Cheeseman plush ordered. You're so jealous. Because you can. Also remake everything in Rust.
What's wrong with this? If I do that, what's wrong with that? Oh, size.
Remake Windows in Rust. Remake Rust in Rust.
No. Rust is already made in Rust. Can I do... Oh, what? I don't need to...
The problem with auto updaters is that besides syntax and method name changes, some stuff is architectural changes, deprecations, etc. Make me a will to live in Rust.
Why have I done this? I'm actually an idiot. I can do dot position.
That's the game.
I can do...
Deep fried Rust.
Crap, what have I done? So I'm going to go back here. Where were we? So we had index, and this is source iter. No, dir, and then we're going to say
Chicken fried Rust.
dir is equal to this. So that gets us position, and that gives us unwrap or
A rusty
0.
nail embedded in my arm.
That's a much better version of that.
Tetanus.
What? And OS string. There you go. So that gets us a slice. Okay. Right. That's more doable. So then we just do this, put that in there. And that gets us a vec of those. And then we want index dot dot, like that. So this needs to be borrowed. Like this. Oh, not what I wanted. Does it need to be borrowed? What have I messed up? Sliced. The size of values, okay. That's fine. Let's source vec. This is really stupid. But then we get source vec, and then we can do source vec index like that. And this bit allows us to do and here. Right? While passing the type for sliced. What's wrong with this? Oh. Right, so that gives us that.
Well,
This
I
needs
have to
be-
go. I have to demo the new product I made for the team. Have a bad one. I mean
Well, good
good.
luck.
No, I meant
I-
bad.
Well, good luck with everything. You're going to do great. Okay, and now we've got this sliced. we can do let path is equal to path buff from. Oh, okay. We can do from iter. Perfect. And then this becomes that. And that's now the new path buffer. What's wrong with that? Change it to be mutable. Why does it need to be mutable? Oh. Right. Let's do a clone there. And then do we use it anywhere else? I don't think we need to clone it on this second one, surely. Fine. We'll clone it on both locations. It's only doing it once. And then the issue that we're going to have is that this index here is the issue is if this index is that's fine. We'll switch this to a match statement quickly. And then we'll say some value. Then we actually want value plus 1. If it's none, then we want 0. Like that. And that gets us the correct position. Okay, so let's quickly rebuild that. And that should fix our file format for the map so that we don't have invalid paths. So that compiles the map. And then if we go back in here and run the client again, that now loads. So just to clarify what was going on there, the path for assets starts with /assets. But because the maps are generated in a separate tool, the path doesn't necessarily start with the same thing every time. The only thing that it knows is that the images are in the assets folder. So what we had to do was do a quick conversion to grab the assets folder. So I actually think what we should do is create a quick util here. And we'll call this pubfn get path. Get client path like this. And then that's going to go in there. And then we're going to go source is going to be a path buff. Like that. And then we can just get rid of that. And return path. Path buff. Yeah. Like that. So that gives us a little function that we can reuse everywhere. And it says toPath buff, but we don't actually need this. We can do source. No, is it image.source? Yeah. And what's wrong with that? It doesn't like it, so let's clone it. Oh.
Why does Morty scream?
Morty screams because he runs around screaming. He's actually lying on the ground right now. Like, directly behind my chair, just screaming at me. He's a very loud cat, just kind of generally. Okay.
You have ground in your house?
I do have ground in my house. Okay, so that should fix that. Now, with that being done, we can continue to fix the
On the
server.
second floor.
Yes, we are on the second... Well, we're on the first floor. Because this is the UK, so we have a ground floor and a first floor. So that becomes is okay. Now, what's wrong with chunk list? The chunk list is apparently not a resource.
Okay, boomer.
This is now a Bevy prelude resource for no discernible reason, but we can sort this pretty quickly. just by going through all of these and replacing them one by one. Prelude. And we don't even use world here, so why we're importing that, I don't know. System becomes prelude, and that'll fix all of those. The data folder is fixed. Server, players, animations. What's wrong with this file? Trigger is now that, but only on the client. Here it's called target.
Considered using bacon to get a nice list of all the diagnostics.
Yeah, I'll have a look at bacon as a crate. My only reason that I might not do that is actually I'll just look at it. It's fine. I'm being
Bacon tastes good. When are we getting a cooking stream?
We can have a cooking stream at some point. I don't see a problem with that. It would require me to clean my kitchen a bit better than I do. That does that, but I don't want to clone it. Use moved value players. Where are we moving players?
Clean kitchen on stream, then ruin kitchen while streaming.
Why would I do that? What's wrong with this? Players moved.
Because Rust. Or rebuild your kitchen in Rust.
Can I do that? Can I move that? That's fine. No? What is wrong with this? So it's complaining that we're moving it. So where are we moving it? You could clone the value and consume it. Okay, but where? Inside of the loop. Move occurs because players type yes. Into iter takes ownership of the receiver. Can I just do iter? Okay, they've implemented iter. So I don't need to use into iter anymore. That's such an annoying change, but it is consistency. Right. Player flags is a problem. Can it... Okay. This becomes a pub. I really hate that that has to be public now. Hash set. What's wrong with this? Found item FN. Right, this is... So this becomes this. Or can I do it like that? That's fine. No? That's fine. Inventory is not defined here. Oh, because this becomes that. Right, is that okay? Do I need these two? Oh. I need to stop being dense and see that I'm doing things wrong. Right. What's wrong with this? These need to be function calls. Like that. Is that okay now? Are you happy with me? Okay. Moving on. Right. Core quip list is wrong. What's wrong with the quip list? This seems like a really small one. we are doing into iter here. We need it to be iter. Yeah. Fine. Health. Schedule into system configs. That's not a thing. After is not a thing. Okay. Fixed. This becomes that. That's fixed. Quests need to be fixed. What's wrong with quest data? That all looks reasonable to me, but there's something wrong down here. It's not system resource anymore, it's prelude resource. Everything else in there is fine. Okay, is that us converted? I think it is. So let's double check. Let's run the client and the server. Okay. So, server is taking a moment to run. Server is ran. Okay. No errors. Let's log in. Okay. We have... most things seem to be okay, with the exception of this. But that's a small graphical issue. If we right-click here, we can pick up the bread. We can pick up the bread. Okay. There is 2 of everything. That's not great. Yeah, we've got doubled up spawners. And we died. And we can no longer... oh, we're okay. And there's 4 more.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Okay. So we do have some issues. But none of that is massively a problem. That being said, updated 1 rows happened multiple times.
The tile mouse thingy is so bad.
Right. Let's have a look at what's going on. So, I have a feeling this was because of what I did here. So, previously is node equals node style. So this actually should have been node equals node style, like that. Right, and that should fix the first issue. So then let's try and log in.
Does anyone have any experience with Paperwhem?
Okay, so now those are still working. There is only 1. Okay. Everything seems to be back working. And I'm not sure if you can see that, but the tiles now actually correspond to the one that your cursor is over. So that's infinitely more playable. There is still... it's almost like we're getting new spawned actors constantly. So we got a message to spawn an actor there. Yeah, so we're getting more and more. I wonder why that is. Right. Let's have a look at the final issue, which is the spawners are spawning way too many. So let's... and this might not actually be... oh, that's annoying. This might not even be an issue with our map. This might not even be an issue with the updated version. This might be an issue with our spawners in general. Because the only thing we're getting duplicates of are things that are handled by spawns. So let's have a look at what we're actually doing in here. So these are spawns. So let's have a look at the order first. Create spawn points, decrement spawn timers, handle spawns, handle despawns. So let's have a look at what we're doing in here. So, respawn ticks. That's not what we want. Create spawn points. So loop through the spawns and create the spawn points for the instance. That's fine. This might be the issue, right? No, because that's only happens if there's multiple chunk instances. But we only have a single tile. Do we have multiple messages telling us to spawn? No, we're not creating any multiple instances. Yeah, there's no multiple instances in here. So that stops us from being in here. So decrement spawn timers does query spawner state does -1. Do we update the countdown in here? Let's add some logs in here. First up, we'll add a log in here. I'm going to say print line, new instance. And if this is the root cause of the issue, we'll see multiple messages for the same instance being created multiple times. That's not what I wanted. I need a client and a server. So let's log in. Right. So there is only one instance. And there is only one Mr. Bones. But when we go over here, there is still only one, but now there's multiple. So, is there multiple new instances? No, there is still only one instance. So we know the issue isn't happening in here. So, handle spawns. I have a feeling that this is this one. Have we replaced the way that this works? Do we need the star there anymore? Into inner? No? What is this? State is a mut spawner state. So if I do set changed, set added, no. Right. Let's at least check whether this is happening multiple times. So let's print line here, spawning. And we should see multiple spawning messages. So it seems to be So we have one bread. If we pick up the bread, you get one bread. Okay, the second we attack is when it happens. So we've got spawning, spawning item 3. Spawning again. Spawning. Spawning item at 3. So the issue is this one. Why? Because if we look through this, there is still new instance. Only one new instance per time the server's been booted. So why is this function happening multiple times? No, that function's not. This one is. Have I messed up a comparison? If countdown does not equal 0, if countdown is greater than 0, continue. Print line state. So I'm going to do state like that. We're going to add... I could actually do this like that and just print that out. Spawner state doesn't implement debug, so we'll go add debug to that. Component debug. And that'll at least let us run that. I actually wonder whether this bug was there all along, or whether this is new with the new version. So, state spawned. State spawned. State spawned. That's a different version. So right now there should be 2. I know what the issue is. This was already an issue, we just hadn't caught it. So all we have to do here, if countdown is greater than 0, then do nothing. But we actually need to do a second thing. Because spawner state Okay. So handle spawns sets it to this entity. Handle despawns grabs all of the spawn points. And we say is okay. This should be is error. And that'll fix it. That was a really silly issue to have. Right, let's go back. Mike, log in. Okay, I got defeated really quickly then. Mr. Bones hits hard. Okay, cool. So, that is definitely working. Mr. Bones has died. Cool. Let's log out. And let's push up the new version. So just going to do quickly go feet. And this is Bevy. I'm going to say upgrade Bevy to 0.16. Commit. push changes. That's that done. Cool. And the ad break is going to continue for another 20 seconds. I didn't even realize there was an ad break. No one told me there were ads. Oh no. How am I meant to handle this? No one told me there were ads. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. Right. Now, the next thing that I wanted to do today, I'm gonna update this from. I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna be doing isometric pixel art. Okay. Pixel art. Well, okay. Gonna quickly update that. We are now updated. No worries, Vivax. Enjoy your luck. I'm gonna quickly hit that button. And I'm gonna quickly check this. Okay. Can I have the new pics? Oh, sorry, one moment. If I go to Twitch and I go, that's my own stream. That's not what I want. Create a dashboard. Community. And no, it's not community. It's content. No. Viewer rewards, emotes. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys can see this, but if I refresh the chat, if I do, that's not what I wanted. If I do that, no, did that not work?
Squats.
Not what I wanted to do. Reload subscriber emotes. Right, so now I can do the squats emote.
Mike FD2 squats.
We've got a squats emote. It's in. And you gain access to the squats emote if you are a subscriber, which is exactly the sort of thing that we want. Yes, hello.
Where's the Morty eating liquid chicken?
We will definitely build one. I was purely checking to see whether it would work with the tool that I use to generate it, because it's just cropped from the stream. But that's worked. And as you can see, we've also got a few different emotes in here. So you gain access to some pixel Mortys, some animated Mortys. This is really good. I'm happy with that. Right. In the meantime, I'm going to jump over here. I'm going to grab a sprite. Just go away, Steam. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, this is our current tile set. Now, this grass tile is mostly okay, but I want to have a few variations of it. Same with this dirt tile. So, hi. What we're going to do is we're going to do sprite canvas size. We're going to go over here. And we're going to increase this width by another 32 times by 4. So we're going to add another 128 to it. So 160 plus 128 is 288. 288, like that. And that gives us exactly 4 more spaces. So then we can do 2 variations on each. I'm going to move these ones over to this side. Like that. Oh. What's up, Morty? Why are you yelling? Right. And then we're going to move this one over by 2. So that becomes there and then there. But actually both of these two are the same. So I don't care about these two being next to one another. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy that, put it here, and we're also going to put it here. And I'm going to copy this one. And we're going to put this one here. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Now, right now, these are completely the same. And that's fine. We're just going to grab our brush and clear out the inside. And the reason we're going to do this is that what we want to do is introduce some variation, which allows our maps to look significantly better. So you're going to increase this font, this tool to be slightly bigger. Same with this one. Because what we can do in our new map editor is we can create variations, which is going to really, really help us. Just like that. Cool. I'm going to zoom in on these 3 specifically. Go back down to 1 pixel. Press G to get the bucket tool. Like that. Oh. And same over here. Right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to rough up these edges a little bit more so that the sides are the same. And then we'll do the top. So the way that should work is it should be 2 up each time. But the fact that it's not is because this one should be there. That one should be there. Those 2 should be there. That 2 should be there. Like this. Have I got that right? I think so. No, I haven't. What have I done wrong? Oh, no, I have. That should be there like that. Cool. So that's... Sorry. This should be there. Yeah. And that's how it should look. So then we can go and draw in this. Like that. And then that allows us to redraw the sort of peaks and troughs here. So that becomes that. This becomes that. And we'll do the same over here. We'll do that one there. Like so. And the aim is that we just want to have slight variations of the same sort of things. And that way we can have more flexibility when we're generating our tiles. So that becomes like that. Cool. Right, let's put that in there. So do that. Throw in a couple more speckles here and there. And this one becomes that. Okay. That's how I kind of want that to look. That's slightly different to those two. Fine. We're going to put a few more of these in. The aim is to just increase the amount of variation, so like that. Cool. So that one's already a little bit different. And on this one, we're not going to use this bluish green color. We're just going to use the lighter colors. And this one's not going to be as busy. Just going to do it like that. And then it's literally just a couple of blades here and there. That's all we're doing on this one. And then I think we need to do that in order to make it look right. But I think that should be it. Yeah, I think we need one or two more over on this side because we were a little bit uneven there. But there we go, that's a little bit more consistent, but we've still got it a little bit too close together. So let's remove all the duplicates and just do it like individual blades of grass. Like that. Cool. So those two can go next to one another. That's perfect. And we'll actually duplicate this and use this one as a base for our second one. Oh, Morty. Yeah. What are you doing? He's over there, just like doing, I don't even know what. And this is going to be mostly the same on the top, but we're going to change the underneath a little bit more. Again, just to increase our variation. This is going to go up one there, instead of down one. And again, that's going to go there, that's going to go there. And we're going to pull this one down, like that. Just subtle variations. And then we're going to have a couple of the blue ones in this one. So we're going to copy that, paste that over here. What? Like that. No, I kind of want to do... that's fine. I think this is a little bit too busy around the edges. So let's just do that. Actually, I kind of want to keep that one quite busy. Let's keep that like that for the time being. Right. So now we've got a few different variations of the same ones. Let's quickly take that file export as assets, sprites, tiles, export. Cool. Now tiled is going to complain. Yes. So this has done a couple of things, which is not what we want for the time being. But then we're going to go over to ground tile sets. Oh, what's gone wrong? I have apparently put these slightly too low. So I'm going to save that. Don't save that. Go to ground. Oh, I need to re-export it, don't I? Export as. Right. So that now gives us 3 variations. So these ones should all be tagged as ground. Should this one? Ground. Ground, like that. Now this one is not a stacker. This one isn't. And these two should be. So this should be stacker and stacker. Awesome. So now that we've got those, what we can do is we should be able to add weighting. So how do we do this? Terrain sets. Is it terrain sets? Tiled, weighted tiles. That's not what I wanted. Map editor. Docs. Tiled user manual. Auto mapping. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to go project properties. That's, oh, project properties, auto mapping. So let's go to developer. And we're going to go to ORPG 2024. And do we want this in we want this in tile sets? And we're going to do this here. I'm going to do CD tile sets. I'm going to say touch auto tile .txt. So this is now here. Great. So now how do we edit this? Setting up a rule map. Okay. A rule map is a standard map file which can be read and written to by tiled. Setting up a rules file. Okay, a path to a rule map. Interesting. For example, any rule maps listed after town will, that's fine. Setting up a rule map, defining inputs. Input 1 ground. You might want to say any combination of flower tiles, but not the whole 2 rocks. You can achieve this like this. Okay. How does this actually look in a file? Can list any number of rule maps in order. Okay, so this is rule maps. Okay, so then we can create a new. Let's create. Let's actually move auto tile. Actually, let's do make dir // rule maps, and then we're going to say move auto tile to // rule maps. CD // rule maps, like that. I'm going to go project properties. Now, okay, we'll make the extension // extensions as well. Okay, so that's now fine. Make dir. Is it dot dot slash or dot dot slash like that? Okay. Project properties. That exists. This is no longer tile sets. This is rule maps, auto tile. Okay. So then let's add a folder to the project. Call it rule maps. Open. And then we're going to go file, new map. Isometric, CSV. What do we have on our existing one? Isometric, write down. File, new map. Write down.
I went away when you were doing stuff, you sprites. I'd suggest slightly lowering the saturation.
Yeah, don't, like, no. The saturation is, like, the whole color palette's the same. I don't know what, the whole, like, color palette is, like, consistent already. So that's the color palette across the entire game. Okay, so let's create a new fixed one. And so, how do we generate this tool map? So, how do we generate a rule map? Let's say you want to match comment, but the whole, you can achieve this like so. Oh, okay. Input 1 ground, input 2 ground. Input 1 ground, input 2 ground. Have the index 1. Setting up a rule map, defining inputs. One or more input layers. Come here. Well, let's say you want to match 2 tile areas on the ground, perhaps randomize them. But only hold 2 tile rocks. You can achieve this like so. Tile layer name. Okay. So let's go in here and get this one and this one. Hello. What are you doing? So that's going to be tile layer 1. I can call this input layer 1 ground. Like that. Okay. Input not index name. We'll look for tiles on a layer called ground. Okay. So that's fine. Fine. Oh. I'm going to save this in ORPG 2024, rule maps, and we're going to say grass. Okay. I'm going to duplicate this, duplicate layers. And this one is going to be called also input 1 ground. And we're going to put that one there. So if we, are these both the same? Let's zoom in. What have I done wrong? So on input 1 ground, we're going to have that. But on this one, we've got it so that these two are next to one another. Okay. So that then is a basic tile map, I think. So then we just need to define, setting up the rules file, a path to a rule map. So let's go over to our auto tile. That's not what I want. Okay, and this becomes ./grass.tmx. So that should then be that. So then we should be able to go to simple. And I think that's... Is that working? how do I use the thing? Defining outputs, okay. Ah. Wait. Setting up a rule map. So let's say you want to match, okay. Right. I am done. Let's go back to this. And we're going to change this to say if this is all 4 of these. So we've got 4 of them there. And then we can create a new layer called output 1 ground. Like that. And that is what's output. Defining outputs allows... Yeah, okay. So then we can create different variations based on that same thing. So we'll do that. Yeah, that's kind of how this should work. Right, okay. Okay. So let's duplicate this layer. And again, we'll duplicate this layer. Like that. And again, and this one will just have 3 there. So that should allow us to do... Okay. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go to Project Properties. Let's do that. Now let's go to Ground here. We've got our tile here called Ground. So then we should be able to... No? Random mode? No, it's not random mode. Okay. Output. I don't understand this input 1, input 2. What is this? Index. Indices on input layer allows you to create rules to match any of several completely different inputs. Any inputs with the same index are treated as part of the same condition.
If that is tiled, you can set weights to the tile set to each tile. And then when painting it will randomly paint based on the weight of the tiles. IDK what this tutorial is.
This is actually their documentation. This is for auto tiling. So what I think we can... So we should be able to have an auto tile button. But I don't know what it's called. So then it should be a case of...
Auto tiling is useful if you have corners and paths and things like that.
No, that's... The corners and paths is the terrain system. That's different to their auto mapping. It's a slightly different thing. Right. How do we actually get this to work? Because this here... Oh, that's a different site of auto tiling. Okay, I see. Because they also have the ability to do terrain editing, which does corners. But yeah, that's a similar thing. Yeah. Eh. Okay. So if we wanted to do cliff face, how would you do that? Ah, okay. So you do that, and then you do that. So if we actually, let's actually try this. Let's change that. And oh, let's just get 1. Again, let's try this out. There is a delete button here. No, that's the wrong delete button. So let's go here. And it should be... Right, so we can do that. So then if we have this... so these do that. Then this is the output. So if we duplicate this, duplicate layers, change this to output 1 ground. Again, and we just get rid of this. No, that's again not what we want. I think you're probably right, Thriller. This is not what we want. So if we go here, we get rid of this. Remove layers.
I mean, you can do auto-tiling.
Yeah, the thing that I wanted to do is I almost... Because auto-tiling works off a similar principle to... oh, what's it called? Not what I wanted. Yeah.
But you would need to define things, for example, like, if you paint an area 3x3, it's dirt. But anything bigger, it's grass.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is, I've got, actually, ground thing is not being nice. I'm just going to quickly restart tiled here. What I was trying to do, that's fine. Enable extensions. So what I was trying to do, although it is currently being a bit of a pain, why is it doing this? So I can select here. Why can't I select here? Tile collision editor, that's not what I want. Okay, yeah. So what I wanted was, we've got basic grass here, we've got basic grass with a little bit of flowers here, and we've got grass here with lots of flowers, right? So what I wanted to do was set up a tile map here. So new tile map, where the tile map is just going to be... So input cliff, output cliff. That's fine. So this is going to be input grass. Yeah, input grass. Input ground. Input 1 ground, I think. Yeah. So then what we have is we have this one with that one, right? And then I think the way it works is if you do a new tile layer, which is output 1 grass. Like that. Then we want one of these to have started to grow flowers. So then if I go here, see, that's still not working. So I wanted that to be that to be that. Oh, that's the wrong, yeah. And we can see here that we've actually got a bit of a repetition problem on this particular variant of the sprite, because that border here encroaches a bit too much. So what we're actually going to do is something super quick and dirty. we're just going to grab all of that. Oh. And we're going to drag that down. Oh, not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just grab these bits, drag it down one tile, and then we can put that in there. We'll do the same over here. Just like that. I don't know what I wanted. Brush. That. Save. File. Export. Export as. Export. Right. So that now blends a little bit better. Cool. Now, our issue now is that this isn't tile mapping. So, why isn't it? So, empty special tile, no. So, how do we do this? Because what I want is sort of like this flower one that they've got, right? So we've got output 1 ground, output 2 ground. So what's the full set look like? We've got an input of input 1 ground that just looks like that. And then output 1 ground is the same as it was. So we put in 2 of these. Now that should be both the same. And that's because these aren't named the same. It would be helpful if I did this correctly. So then we duplicate this. And we give one of these a flower. And then we duplicate this layer. And we give this one of these. Actually, we're going to just do it like that. And that way we can do a complex rule, because this one might be normal, or it might have 2 of these. So then what we can do is we can duplicate this layer afterwards, and we can say if there's 2 flowers next to one another, then we want that to equal... Oh, that's not one. Ground. There's also a problem here, because you can see those 2 pixels on this one. Which 2 are they? It's not, it's these 2. Like that. So let's do that. And if I export, that's not what I wanted. Undo that. Is it these 2? I think it's these 2. So let's do that. That goes there, that goes there. Save that. File, export as. There we go. That's fine. Right, we've got a simpler grass tile, but it's not working with the auto tiling. Why not? We should have some of these having the blue one on it, but some of them don't. So why don't they? Refresh folders, project properties. We've got our auto tile, rule maps, auto tile. Fine. Is it just that? Is that how we need to do it? Refresh folders. Why isn't this working as a path to a rule file map, a path to another txt which has the same syntax, a map file name filter, setting up a rule map, 1 or more input layers, yeah. Input 1, ground. Okay. Oh. So what, wait. Input 1, ground. The first 2 have an index of 1, so we'll... any combination of those grass and flower tiles. Okay. On output, they're all separate. So we're going to change this to output to ground. Right. Does that work? That's not what I want. Go in here. So then, if we get the fill tool, class ground. Is it done on class or name? It's done on name. This should be fine. You can set no overlap. Nope. Sometimes you may... Okay. This really doesn't work, so let's try reopening the whole thing. And just see whether it's just a case that it's not loaded it in. So let's go to ground.t. No, world. Simple. Right. So G... what are you saying? It's labeled ground. We've got our grass.tsx. This is there. This is grass.tmx.
Sometimes the issue could be you're editing the thing, but it's not what's in your project, but it's in somewhere else. If you get what I mean.
I genuinely don't. Because this file, autotile, is in rulemaps autotile.tsx. And if we go to project, we go to project properties, you can see we're going rulemaps autotile.tsx. So we can reload that in. Okay. Okay. So, go simple. Setting up a rule map, okay. Defining inputs, so defining inputs.
When I edit the tiled stuff, I save it somewhere else, and I copy it and place it in my project. And when I edit stuff in tiled, it's not in my project, because I didn't copy and paste the new thing in.
Auto mapping properties. Layer properties, auto empty. Do I need to enable this on this thing? Settings, no. Map, auto map. Ah, there we go. That works. So as you can see, we've got actually nice variations there. So that's perfect. So then we just do, we duplicate layers, and we call this input to ground. I'm actually, ooh, do we want that? We want these to both be so let's hide both of those. And on input to ground, that's currently the same as this one. But we want this to actually be both of those. And then this becomes input 3 ground. And this becomes that. Right. So let's undo that. So we do that, and we do map, auto map while drawing. And then what we can do is we can grab this one, and we can grab the fill tool. Okay, that's kind of cool. But that's still not what we want, because that's way too frequent. So let's go over here, and we're going to select this layer, and there should be a probability field. Okay, probability, 0.2. No. And then this one has a probability of 0.5. And then we can do the fill tool here of this on this layer. Map. Yeah, okay. Brush. I mean, yeah, that sort of works. But I think the better way to do this is we fill it all in, and then we tell it to auto map. But I don't like this, because there's too much of this still. I kind of want to make it so that these two can't be next to one another. I don't know how to do that. Strict empty, nope. Can I say specifically not another tile?
You can do that. Not sure
Yeah,
how, but it's possible.
There's definitely more complex rules. So if we do... So that's two of those. That's two of those. How do we do that? Because this is too frequent still. Now we can do one of two things. We can either just decrease this probability massively, but then there's this other bit here called setting up rule maps, defining outputs. Okay. So we just increase the probability of this massively. So we just increase this to 20, because that's the plain one. And then we increase this probability to 1. Okay. So let's redo this. We go map, auto map. There we go. Map. And this is also a ground layer. And then we do map, auto map. World, map, auto map while drawing. How frequently do we get... Oh, that's not what I want. How frequently do we get something? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Perfect.
Damn, my shingles vaccine is sore. 1 in 20.
Yeah, so you have... Right now we have a 1 in 20 chance of getting the basic flowers. So actually, I kind of want to increase this to like 3 in 20, right? No, not 130. This will be 3 in 20. And then this top one is the really rare one. So if we do what map, auto map, yeah, there we go. That's exactly how I want it to look. We've now got actual variation. Right, so then, if we do Command-Shift-R on this, that should re-export our code for this map. So then if we restart the map editor, do cargo run client, when we load into the game now, we will have the new map. See? Now I do think we need to adjust this little flower patch one.
That looks a lot better. You gotta fix the rare thingy tile looks ugly compared to others.
Yeah, I think the issue is that we've actually got too much of this dark grey one, so we're just gonna do that. And we're gonna follow the rule of that goes underneath these ones. But only if there's not blue on top. So this becomes these ones. This one becomes those ones. This one becomes that. This one becomes that. That. And let's add in some little random ones like that. Right. Because the issue is it was just too dense. Right. That's much better. Right. Export. Export as. There you go. Much better. But now that we've got, like, an understanding of how auto-tiling works, now we can use that more frequently. Oh. There is currently some issues with moving between chunks with the new map format, but that's why this isn't merged into master yet. But yeah, we got auto-tiling working. I'm going to take a very quick break, run the bathroom, get some more fluids to drink, and in the meantime, I will run a quick ad break so that way when I get back, there's not going to be more ads. So I will see you all in a second. I recommend that you guys do the same. And Scott, I'm really sorry that your vaccine is sore. I did see that message at the time, but I was focused on something. So I apologize. I'll be right back. And we're back. I have water. Water is good for the soul. We are continuing. So, hello, Morty. The next tile that we want to sort out is dirt, because dirt is actually going to be quite frequently used. We're going to need another block format as well. But that's fine. So, for this one, we want another brush. What's the matter, Morty? We're going to just undo that. Okay. And we're going to do that. Just like that. I'm going to add some variation to this. Like that. Do that so it's not so even. Now we're going to do this to 1 pixels. And what we're going to do is just sort of going to go a little bit here, a little bit there. But we're sort of going to do lines, and we're sort of going to go, if there is a dark bit, then there has to be a relevant light bit. So we'll put some random highlighted edges here, like that. We're going to do some dark bits there. Have that there. How is there another ad break already? I literally just ran one manually. Okay. I guess we'll be gone for ads in a little bit, but until then, that's not a problem. Right. So we're going to do that. I kind of just want to generate noise for this. So we got dirt here. Because that's sort of just speckled. Now we could just go drop some dots around like that. And just see if that sort of works. I think that might be the way to do it. I've just realized that 2041, have I restarted the overlay? Oh. Just like that. Hello! 1 second, our overlay seems to be playing up.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? We're just doing some pixel art to get some tiles set up. So, what we're going to do...
Thanks for asking.
No worries. I'm glad you're doing okay.
And how are you doing?
I'm good. We've successfully upgraded to Bevy 16 today. And now we are starting to actually have a map editor that doesn't suck ass. So that's actually like really, really important. And I'm very, very happy about that. So, yeah. We're using the tiled map editor, which lets us set up all sorts of cool things. We're going to go open containing folder.
Nice.
Nice. I really like the voice we've got on the Morty puppet. It's just so silky smooth.
I knew it can do isometric.
It can. It's a bit of a pain to set up. But, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. Glad I can do that. Add external sat. Okay. So then the next thing that I want is file new, new map. And this is going to follow the exact same details as all the others. But we're going to save this. And it's going to go in rule maps, and it's going to be called dirt.tnx. And this is going to be practically the same as our other one. We're just going to have this be ground 1 input. Oh no, it's input 1 ground.
I would be honest. Auto voicing of messages makes me feel unsettling.
I appreciate the feedback.
It's like me speaking, not mine voice.
So we actually have a few different puppets. So you get to pick your voice. Using channel points, you can select a different puppet, which gives you a different character and a different voice. Part of the reason that we have it is that I often get very, very engrossed in my code and enter sort of like a flow state. And while I'm in that sort of state, having the messages read aloud means that I do hear them, as opposed to having to look over...
Can I pick no voice?
Not currently. It's definitely something that we can add. I will add it to my list of things to do. The only thing that I will say is that if someone decides to disable their voice, the likelihood of me missing their messages goes up like 10x. But that's not me being like shitty, that's just one of those things. You know? So input 2 ground. So this is going to be the same, but it's going to have the other tile set in there. Okay. Then we're going to do a new layer. New tile layer. It's going to be output 1 ground, like that. And this is going to be the same.
It's fair price.
Yeah, as long as you're okay with that, that's definitely something we can add. It's not something I can add while we're on stream because I actually run this whole thing on a server, so it's actually not running on my local machine. I can't restart it particularly quickly, but it is something that I will make sure to get done for the next stream. Okay, so that's dirt.tmx. Okay, so let's go over to our simple map here, and let's just I think we can do fill on this like that, and I think if we go to map auto map, yeah, then we get some random variation. Okay. So I kind of like that. That's quite nice. The only thing that I'm thinking is this one is currently the same probability as the other one. So let's make this one 5 times as probable as the other one.
Can you tell about a project?
I can. Give me 2 seconds to just double check that this is working. And then I'll explain. Yeah, that works perfect. Okay, so let's go and pull up the game. Ooh, opening. Crap, that's not what I wanted to do.
What and with what it's made, besides tiled?
Yeah, of course. So, I'm Michael. I'm working on Mirrorstone. Mirrorstone is a modestly multiplayer online role-playing game. So, by that, I mean that it is an online RPG that you can play with a small number of other players. It has full character customization. It has equipment that shows up on your character. It's very much inspired by, you know, the older online RPGs like Ultima Online, Meridian 59. And you know, obviously there are massive RuneScape influences. It's built in Bevy, which is a fantastic game engine if you've never come across it. But it is a data-driven game engine that's entirely built around an entity component system, written in the Rust programming language. I actually built the networking protocol stuff from scratch because in my day job, I work as a back-end software engineer at the staff level, so I've got a good amount of experience doing that side of things. So that's where my primary skill set lies. And yeah, so we do a bunch of like slightly stupid things. We have custom map formats. We have custom animation formats for a bunch of stuff. Primarily because we could. We do our maps in tiled, but then that gets converted from tiled into our custom format for our game to load. Tiled was actually a more recent implementation, and it's not entirely done. It doesn't support the walls system yet, but that's going to be an easy thing to add. The idea is going to be that you're going to go around, you're going to do quests, you're going to go around with your friends, and we can actually run it. Like, so this is the game. You can point and click to move. You can talk. You can start combat, whatever. And actually, one of the things that we've done recently, and this is inspired by Meridian 59, is that historically you would right-click and you would click talk on an NPC to talk to that NPC. And the thing that we've actually done is we've made it so now you actually talk to the NPC using the same chat dialogue as you do with other players. And that's sort of to try and decrease the difference between NPCs and players. So we've got some fun stuff to do there. The quest system is working. And the quest system works by actually loading in Lua scripts, which is fully available and documented over on there, on Docs. So that is the full Lua scripting engine that we built for the game, and that's how all NPC targeting works. That's how quests work. That's how a bunch of stuff is handled. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. There's like a lot of technical stuff because that's like sort of like the level that we're working on right now. But the idea is it's a small scale RPG that doesn't take itself too seriously. Mostly because I actually want to finish it. And if you make the scope too big, you've got no chance.
We,
as in, I develop this on stream. I don't work on it when I'm not on stream. And as a result, I consider this a collaboration between myself and the people in chat. When people in the chat say, hey, maybe don't do this, or what if we did this thing instead?
stream unity.
Exactly. So I tend to stream every Monday and Tuesday of the week, with some exceptions when there are like life events in the way. But when I'm streaming, everything that I do is streamed. I don't hold any secrets. Everything is recorded. And at some point, I need to start compiling the progress into YouTube videos. But it's fine. It's fine. Occasionally we get... hello, Zakir.
Joe.
How are you doing? You doing alright, man? I was just showing Prosto here the state of the game. Because we've added... Well, we've not added, but we've added support for tile maps. So we've actually got some variation in the grass now. It's not all the same tile over and over again. Because the ground used to look ridiculously dense. I think, as we can see over in the screenshots that we've got on the website, you can see that like the background is just horrifically dense. So, yeah, full character customization, as you can see here.
I like how it looks. How long would you stream?
How long would I stream? Generally speaking...
Looks good, man.
So right now I've been streaming 3 hours and 14 minutes. On the days that I stream, I tend to start streaming at 6 p.m. And then I will continue until I basically can't anymore. So generally speaking, that's about the 5 hour mark, and that's not normally because I'm tired. It's mainly because I'll be in a situation where I'll just finish building a massive feature or like fixing a really difficult bug. And then I'll sit there and I'll go, right, what do we do now? And I'll look at the time, I'll look at it in 5 hours, and I'll go, there's not time to start something now. If I spend another 5 hours on this, I'll need to get up for work. Right? So, it's a balancing act.
Just came back today from the land of America.
Nice, nice. Did you have a good time?
Understand that feeling.
Yeah. Was good.
Did your family enjoy them? Enjoy themselves? Yeah, and Proso, like I say, I try to be as open and honest about everything that we're doing as I can be. So, you know, like I say, I will add the no dialogue option to the puppets. Just like I say, be aware that it means that I won't be able to respond all the time.
I need to step from my Wi-Fi for a half on an hour. Hope could catch you later.
No worries. Thank you for stopping by. I do really appreciate it. And yeah, see you again soon.
For now, good luck.
Thanks, dude. So yeah, as a kid, like your family enjoyed themselves? Was a good time?
Yep, was quite nice actually. Made me more certain that choosing Europe was the right call.
Well, that's a good sign. That is very positive.
Also just notices I am a cat.
Yes, you're actually my cat. So you actually looked out because the way the puppet system is generated is every time someone joins the stream, they get assigned a random puppet by default. And so if you get assigned the cat puppet, my cat Morty, then that's actually the most expensive puppet to buy with channel points. So
It's a right funny. Coscatilo is literally a pan from cat.
well, that's nice random chance, isn't it? The RNG gods were on your side today. Whew. I love me some caffeine. Right. We need to try and get walls back into the map format. Now that we kind of understand the whole what's it called?
Hail RNG gods. Okay, need to go, BB.
Alright, see you, Presto. Now that we've got the auto-tiling understanding in, it should be relatively straightforward to go and build ourselves a wall layer. But I think we only need 4 walls. With the current wall system, we have a lot more. So I think if I open File, sorry, that's my Morty folder. So we're going to go into where is it? ORPG 2024 wiki. That's not the one we want. We want this one. Right. So in here we have what did I call it? World compiler docs target. Is it in here? Docs maps tilesets target client. eSprite. Okay, wall simplified. Yeah, this is a load of tiles. We basically don't care about one tile being on their own. So what we're going to do is we're going to... We just need the 4 corners. Like these ones. I suppose we could actually use this still. It's just remembering which one is which.
I'm a bounce for now, man. Have a good time.
No worries, Zakia. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Let's load in a new tile set. So let's going to go File, New Tile Set, Walls. I really hate this structure. This structure's kind of shit. This, because I know why this exists, but this is like a really frustrating way of doing it. But then is this the best way of doing it? Let's see if someone else has created a walls tile set. That's not useful. Okay, walls tile set. And isometric. Let's see how other people have done it. So what do people have? Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Most people only have the 2 directions. And those are really nice. I know those are like Minecraft inspired, but those are really nice. Because these are cool. Do we need 2? Because we need an inner and an outer corner. But how do people generate those? They've got straight, corner, corner, flipped corner, flipped corner. Yeah, that's all you need, isn't it?
Create one image and flip 180 degrees.
Dude, that was what we did originally, but that just doesn't work for isometrics. Right, what we're going to do, going to grab ourselves this basic tile, and we're going to do File, New. Yep, 32 by 32, fine. Right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and we're going to take half of it. Is that half of it? So if we assume the ramp is... that's a quarter. And that's a quarter. Right. So then that is a smaller cube. Right? But then let's put 2 of those on top of one another. And then let's take sprite canvas size, lower this down, set it to 48. That's width. Sprite canvas size. Height is going to be 48. And I'm going to pull this to the bottom. And then we're going to duplicate this. And that's a pillar. Yeah? Everyone with me? So, then, let's do sprite canvas size. And actually, let's take a single tile. And let's put this on a layer below. So we'll do Shift N, right click here, click there, and then we sort of hold down that button to move it down there. And then we're going to push this. So that is what it would look like if it was directly below something. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this. I'm going to create a new frame of animation. We're going to do this as a full animation sheet. So that means we hit Option N. So we've got our single wall. And so let's take our single wall and duplicate it. And what we should end up with is this. So then we can do that, that. Oh, what's wrong with this? Why is... I think the original one was moved wrong. So we're going to take that, take the move tile, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 1, 2, 3. Right. And let's paste that in. And that still gives us one that's offset slightly. I think that's because we're missing a single... So it should be... Yeah, okay. No, I was right. Okay, so that's our long wall. Yeah? So then let's do Option N again. And on this layer, we're going to get rid of the whole thing. We're going to take this frame, put it back. And then we're going to go 1, 2. Yeah? I'm going to go up 1 tile. 1, 2. I'm going to go up 1 tile. And then we're going to take that whole layer, paste it in again, and put it in there like that. So now we've got a single wall, a wall going that way, and a wall going that way. Then let's create another one. And then what we're going to do is, this is going to be our corner for the back. So we take that one there. We take our original pillar again. Oh, not what we wanted to do. Take this, go in here, paste this in, and that goes here to give us a wall. Except, and I think this is an issue, yeah, we've not given ourselves enough space. So let's go canvas size, let's go to the bottom, and let's change this to, let's add another 8, so that takes us to 56. Okay. And then how many of these do we end up with? We should end up like that, if we're doing this correctly. I think, yes. Yes, we should. Awesome. So that's now a back corner. We now need to do the same thing again for the 4 other corners. So we're going to do Option N. We're going to take this wall again. No, actually, we're not going to take that wall. We're going to take this wall. And we're going to go here. I'm going to delete everything. Paste it in. Oh. And we're going to put it there. Go back here. Copy that. Paste this in. And that again gives us a wall. Oh, what have I done there? Why is there a single pixel that was wrong? Because there's a single pixel that's wrong there. Okay. So, what is wrong with that? We did those two. That's that wall. That's wrong. What did I do wrong? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Oh. Right. Copy this. Go here. I'm going to do that one. And then we're going to copy this. And rather than doing it at the front this time, we're going to do it at... No, rather than doing it at the back this time, we're going to do this here. So that goes there. Okay, and we're going to miss it. We're going to lose a tile. Because all of these, all of them are wrong by 1 pixel, which is really annoying. Because that means that we've got to fix this. So we do that, like that. Okay. And that means that we've got to take this bottom layer. And we take those and do that. And then we can paste that in there and that in there. Cool. Okay, so now we've got that corner and that corner. So now we need to do this for the two other corners. So we do Option N, get rid of this. Okay. So to do this one, we start over here. Not what I wanted to do. I need to remember the shortcuts for this. What is this shortcut? This is M. Okay. Right. So then we take this one, and this goes here. And then we take this wall. Not what I wanted. Do that. Yeah. And that goes there. Like that. Awesome. So now we've got three of the four walls. So then we need one more. And this one, again, we start off with... Wait, so we got that one. So for this one, we want to start with this wall again. Not what I wanted to do. I'm going to go here. Grab that from... not what I wanted to do again. Grab that. Go here. Paste it in. Paste that there. Yep. And then grab the singular one. And just take another look at our tiles. So we do that one, that one, that one. And this one goes in that corner. Perfect. So that, I think, is all of our wall tiles that we need. We've got a single one, a long one that way, a long one that way, a corner that way, a corner that way, a corner that way, and a corner that way. Perfect. Right. So, we're going to do File. Can I go from frames and convert this into... I suppose I don't need this ground layer anymore. So we'll call this ground. And then we'll take this here. And we'll link those cells. That's not what I wanted. Is it command link? No. We hit that. Option link? No. No, shift only selects. There we go. Yeah, okay. So now that layer is the same whenever it's visible. So we just take... I've messed this up again. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Save that. Right. So this is our wall tile set. Now, the next thing that we need to do is actually convert this into a sprite sheet. So let's save this, and we're going to change this to walls. Walls new. And then once we've done all of this, we'll delete all the old walls. So then we've got walls new, and then we're going to export sprite sheet, and you can see all of our sprites there. But we need to hide the ground. So File, Export, Export Sprite Sheet. And look how perfect that looks. Okay. So that's all good. Output, output file. And this goes into Client, Assets, Sprites, Walls New. Export. Okay. So then we go into Tiles. File, New tile set. Walls. And then we're going to browse. We're going to go back, Client, Assets, sprites walls.png. And then the tile height is going to be whatever this is. So that's 56 pixels. So this becomes 56, and the width is 32. And this is that. So then we save that as, we go ORPG 2024, tile sets, walls. Perfect. And as you can see, we have this. And we can add wall to the classes. And let's just put all of these as wall. Okay. So now, let's create a rule map for file, new, map. I kind of don't want to have to do a separate one for every rule set. Surely you don't have to. So if we go back to our auto mapping here. So yeah. Yeah, so terrains can do this, but this is not what we want. We don't want terrains. Or do we? Like, because that's the thing is, these should cover our cases. Okay. So let's try this. How do we do it? So let's go to how can you have different do we need to create a whole separate map for each one? Defining outputs. Oh. No. Okay. You can set on the map to avoid this. Okay, so let's change this like that. That's all fine. Okay. I'm going to go to walls. I'm going to change this to a brush. I'm going to do that. No, because I don't... How do I do... Because this here... Introduce two changes. If an output index is completely empty, it will never be chosen. That's fine. Instead, output indices are used to randomize the output. Okay. Auto empty. I don't think we need to do this. I'm going to just delete this because I think we should be able to get a tile map with this. All you have to do is hit this button to get a terrain. And then we do new corner set. And we call this walls. Dev wall. Oh no, walls. Okay. And this becomes dev walls. Okay. Fine. Then we do edit. No? Tile set properties. Now, right now, this here is orthogonal, and we need this to be isometric. So that's fine. So then we click on this. And then this is on its own. No, how... If I wanted to have this as... Edit. File? No. View, tile set properties. Isometric. Fine. Okay. So, walls this. Okay, that's there. How do I do this? Okay. Because that's not right. Because that's... Oh. I don't think that's right at all. Erase terrain. Let's just delete that. How do we do this? Because it should be, I think, straightforward. Because if we go to using terrains, so we've got the straight lines, edge sets, right? Yeah, edge sets. But that's our problem. We've created the wrong one. So if we go here, we're going to create a new edge set. Walls, dev, wall. Right. So this then becomes those two. This becomes those two. This becomes those. Yeah. That becomes that. That becomes that. That becomes that. And that becomes that. So then that one's on its own. So how do you do the one on its own? I think it should be like that, right? So let me try this. Let's create a new layer. New tile layer. Walls. This is ground as well. We can definitely add some fancy naming to this later. But then we go terrain sets and we go walls. And that gives us this. Okay. Okay. I mean, that does work for drawing those in, but it's not auto tiling it. So why isn't it? This is doing some... Oh, what is that doing? Oh, right. Let me try this again. So let's take this. And let's draw in some walls like that. And why can't I select this here? What is this trying to do? Because this is basing it off what's below it, I think. Okay. So in walls, we can hit patterns. Have I got this the wrong way around? Can I do... Is it like that? No, I think these ones are correct. And this one is... No, this should be fine. Editing terrain with the terrain brush. Okay. That should... This is a full set, right? Okay, let's go back to working with auto mapping, because auto mapping might be the better way to do this. Setting up a rule map, defining outputs, but this is random output. I don't want random outputs. No overlapping outputs lets us do that. Okay. Okay, let's try creating a new rule map then. File, new tile sets, no, new map. And we'll create this like that. That's fine. And then we'll go into our layers, tile sets, and we'll do an input of that. But then what's the auto map ones? What are the auto map special ones? What are these? Within the same target layer act. Making the other input layers with the same target layer name act like input not and vice versa. Okay, so I think you use negate. Match type property. Your own tiles for matching these special cases. Overflow border, wrap border. Because I kind of want to just automate this, but it's not going to let me. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I see. So we do that. Let me just see if I can work this out. So let's do that. Okay. Then let's do that. And let's do that. And then let's do that. And then finally, let's do that. Right. So let's do input 1 walls. Input 1 walls. Yeah. Oh, that needs to be a lowercase I. Okay. So let's do a new tile layer. Output 1 walls. Okay. So then this becomes that. This becomes that. This becomes this. Oh, that's annoying. I have still messed this up slightly. But that's fine. We can resolve this. So we do that. Then we do that and that. And then we do that, that, and that. And then we do this one, and this one, and that one. Okay. I'm going to call this dev wall. I'm going to put this in our rule maps. Right. Fine. Okay. So this does that, but our walls are slightly wrong right now. So let's delete this. And then let's go to this one. And we can do offsets on each of these, from what I remember. Right? We have it on our ground one, right? Or is it on the entire thing? If it's on the entire thing, that's kind of annoying. I think it is. So let's go back here. And let's find these ones. And let's just look at each of them and see what they're wrong by. So that's down 2. So this one needs to be down 2. So we take this, grab this, down 2, save. This one is that corner, is up 2 and left 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is that one. This one is up 2. Yeah. This one is left 2. What did we do with that other one? This one. And up 2. File, export, export as. No. File, export, export sprite sheet. Export, yes. It's closer, but none of them are quite right. So, this one is there. Yeah, one more down, I'll do it. This one is one more up. This one is the left-hand side, is 2 more over, and 1 more down. And then this one is, again, 2 more over, 1 more down. Right, file, export, export sprite sheet, export. Yes. So close. What's wrong with this? Is it that... So these ones connect up, that's fine. Oh, actually, is it? Right. Because this one is that one. I think that should be there. And as a result, I actually think this one here should also be there. Export, export spreadsheet. Yes. Okay. It's just... Okay, so that's fine. We can sort this. So that top one is perfect on one side but not on the other. And this one is slightly off still. So this needs to still go up 1 more. File, export, export spreadsheet, export. Yes. Perfect. So that now connects up on both sides. The only thing that's wrong is this one. Because that's that way once. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? And then let's file, export, export spreadsheet. Yes. Damn it. 1 too high. Export, export spreadsheet. Yes. Okay. We're so good. This is really annoying. Right. So we got that. And then we've got that one joins. How have I messed this up? Right. Let's go back until we had it on the tile. So we're going to go back to what we had originally. Okay, and this becomes this. This becomes this. That goes in there. Right, so let's resave these. File, export, export sprite sheet. I'm going to just do that. Because then we can at least see where things are going wrong. I think it's only the corners. I do think it's only the corners, because if we go to this one, we've got 2 on each side. And we've got, yes, we are wrong. Because if we want them to connect, this needs to be two pixels down, I think. So this needs to be 2 pixels down, just, I don't know what I wanted to do. So if we take this one, we take it down 2 pixels. Then that should line up with that. So let's try that one. And we'll just do it with the one. So the only one we're trying to fix right now is that top one. File, export, export sprite sheet. Okay, that's right on one side, but wrong on the other. How is that possible? Because it's not right. It's still 2 pixels too tall. So what did we do? We moved it down by 3 pixels. And we need to move it. Okay, let's try and move this one up by 3 pixels. 2, 3. And that if that's at the same point, if that's still 1 pixel off as well, which it is, then we can cheat by moving that up by 1 pixel, that up by 1 pixel, and that up by 1 pixel. In which case, export sprite sheet, export, yes. Because that's not, because we don't need to move them up 1 pixel, we need to move them down 1 pixel. So we move that up 3 pixels. So we've got this one at the bottom, this one up 3 pixels. Move it down, move it down, move it down. File, export sprite sheet, export. Yes. Motherfucker. File, export sprite sheet. Our issue is that this whole thing is slightly off. Now, the only ones that we're modifying, so that one needs to be up 1 more pixel. If we export sprite sheet there, that one will be perfect. Export sprite sheet. Yes. Was it already perfect here? Export sprite sheet. Do we have an issue? Is our issue just that? No. I didn't think so. What's wrong with this? File, export sprite sheet. So, we are off by no pixels on the bottom, but we're off by 1 pixel on the top. And it drops by 2. But it drops by 2 on both sides. Right. Let me try this again. Take this down there. Down there. Save. File. Export. Export sprite sheet. Export. Yes. I'm actually going insane. Why? So that one and that one joins up. If I put that one there, because it's not set at all correctly. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. Right. Let's take that back to there. Take that back to there. Right. Let's take every single one of these and move them up by 1 pixel. And this should be fine. Export sprite sheet. Export, yes. And we can go to walls here. We can go tile set properties, and here we can say this needs to be offset by 1. Right. So what's wrong with that? Well, that's because this one still needs to go back down by 1. So let's take all of these and move them up by 1. That didn't move. Right. Shift. Okay. Okay. I need to do this yet again. That one's in the middle. That one's there. So these ones should all connect. Right, can I do that with this? Does this work for... So if I take that up by 2, is that... And this... Okay. Hello, Prosto.
Rack attack.
we're doing walls, and it's going messily, if I'm being honest, but it's fine. Right, so now we have these walls. Now, that wall doesn't look right, because this one should have an even number of tiles on both sides. So that's what we want. This one also should have an even number of tiles on both sides. So, like that. So let's file, export, export sprite sheet like this. Oh, remove ground. File, export, export sprite sheet. And we'll see if that works. Okay, so those are in the center. Right. Then, how are we fixing this? So we get rid of these. So, straight lines are fine. Let's start with this one, which should be a case of file exporting that with 3 tiles to the left.
Have you ever watched an RCE channel? He would approve this wall.
What do you mean by an RCE? I'm going to do 2 more. Yes.
Real Civil Engineer in YouTube.
I think I have seen Real Civil Engineer before. Not frequently, though. Okay, that's 1 fixed. Perfect. So that one worked. So let's do this one. So this is that one. And to get that in place, it needs to go down by 3 tiles, which puts it there. File, export, sprite sheet. Yes. Well, that didn't work, because it's off by 1 still. File, export, sprite sheet. Come on, be perfect. That one's perfect. Okay, we got this. We're so close to having all of them working. So this one needs to go up 4 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. File, export, export spreadsheet. Come on, please work. Tom, thank you so much for the raid. We are actually working on pixel art right now. If you guys haven't seen Tom before, for those of you who are currently in the stream, Tom is an absolutely incredible Rust programmer doing some absolutely crazy things in the terminal. For those of you from Tom's side, if you don't know who I am, I'm Michael. I'm working on a modestly multiplayer online role-playing game in the isometric perspective, also written in Rust, using custom practically everything, although we have just integrated with an existing map editor because my own map editor was kind of shit. So yeah, that's what we do.
Kind.
So we're actually just working on trying to fix our tiles for the walls at the moment, which is making me lose my mind because I'm moving things by like 1 pixel to try and get them to fit. Okay, so that wall is still 1 pixel off, so we'll do 1 more. Export sprite sheet. Export. Don't show this alert again, I'm fed up of it. Okay, just the 1 more to fix. So it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. File, export, export sprite sheet. Please just work first time. No. What do I need to do here? Okay. That is 2 more across and 1 more down. File, export, export sprite sheet, export. Two more across. The one down was not needed. There we go. We have ourselves an auto tile set rule for the walls. Okay, so if we save that, that should, if we go over to our code and we add in, what's it called? Dev wall.tmx.
I love pixel art. Won't stop, though. I'm headed out already. Have a great rest of the stream.
No worries, Tom. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the raid.
Now.
It's just unnecessarily deep. Right, so let's go project properties. Hit OK here, so it reloads the tile map. Then let's go to map, auto map. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? That didn't work because this isn't called walls correctly. So let's save that. Let's go to map, auto map. Crap, that still didn't work. Okay, so if we... This is just not doing what we want. They're not connecting up. Thank you for the blep and the cat. I still need to increase the volume of some of those. And they're slightly weirdly cropped at times, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I think this should be okay, but it's not. So it should convert these between the two.
Blep definitely the best.
Yeah, Blep definitely is the best now. Canon used to be. I don't know what happened between the old version and the new version. But Canon used to be incredibly... like, it used to actually, like, scare me every time someone used it. And I don't actually know why it broke. So I need to look into it. We're swapping between Red Bull and water because we want to stay hydrated, but we also want to stay high-octane energy. Right? Right. Why doesn't this work? This is how we want it to map. So if we draw lines like that, then it does that. If we draw lines like that, it doesn't. Auto mapping rules. Can we select empty? Empty, empty. Defining rules.
It's probably barrel exhaust. Happens with cannons after 40, 100 shots.
Right. So, we're going to go input here. We're going to put empty, empty. Like that. Empty, empty. Crap. Okay. I just can't see that one. Okay. Empty, 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 empty. Right, let's do that. And then auto empty, ignore diagonal flip, ignore horizontal flip, ignore vertical flip. There was another option in here. It was in output walls. And we...
I think we need to have a color called Dev Pink.
Well, yeah, this is the Dev Pink, right? I don't think I use it in any of the actual work. So none of the things I actually need are in pink, only the dev stuff is. Okay, so what if...
Mine usually more purplish.
I think it comes from Gary's mod. So I played a lot of Gary's mod when I was younger. And part of me thinks that in Gary's mod, it was like a really bright pink when there was an error. Okay, so we've got settings on here. Wrap border. No overflowing
Fair
output.
to say, or have 3 shades.
I do have 3 shades. Right, let's try this. Map, auto map.
Mine
Okay.
just flat Dev Pink.
We're close, right? That almost worked. It just didn't put the corners in. So why didn't that work?
Almost is something.
Almost is something. Do we need some additional rules? Is that the issue here? What are the other rules for? Input not layers. The inputs of these rules are identical except for the last input layer. And the second rule, which deletes the foreground detail tiles, has the negate special tile. This means the first rule matches the second rule. Okay. So let's have a look. Input platform. Except for the last, in which the second rule. If your rules need to take the output of other rules. Okay. Why doesn't that? Part of me is wondering whether or not it's purely going from this side to that side. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, if you look here, it's doing that, then that. So let's go map.
Not exactly.
Map properties. So I'm wondering whether it's going from left to right. So if we go to the map properties again and we remove this, right? And then we go here and we try it this time. See, that does the same thing. But you see how it's working with the straight lines, but not with the other ones? I'm wondering it's because whether it's going this one first. Oh, it meets that one. Then this 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 one.
Is it some built-in logic?
Well, it's auto mapping. This is based on this, right? So what I was following was this thing, where if you do that, then it puts these ones below. But my one is slightly more complicated because I need...
I know that tiled can in isometric, but never use this type of maps.
Yeah, so I'm using isometric. I'm just trying to get the tile map to work. Labeling the side and corner tiles meant...
Bonk it. Beop.
Bonk it.
Maybe it helps.
Bonk it. I mean, I wish. Negate. I kind of want to try the negate tile instead. So if we change that one to that, that one to that, that one to that. Right. Walls. Simple. Map. Auto map. It did the same thing. Let's try erasing these. Simple map. Auto map. Okay. Do I just need to reorder it? Is that what I need to do? Oh, strict map. alias, this Boolean layer. Okay, okay. This might be it.
Maybe the issue in a autopart.
So, yeah, so what we're doing is we're trying to get it so that we can draw with just the basic one, and it will figure it out from there.
How about adjust things manually?
I mean, yeah, that is always an option. I kind of just want to decrease as much work for myself as I can. Maybe that makes me lazy. Match in order. Okay. Match in order. No overlapping. And what was the other one? Auto empty. Auto mapping radius, delete tiles, disabled, ignore lock.
It's like to decrease amount of work, you increasing it in stewed.
Yeah, but I think this is more a case of I've never used this tool for this, so I'm trying to learn what the tool stuff is.
That's why I don't like using ready engines.
I'm totally with you, Prosto. However, you can go back some streams
Yeah, fair enough.
and find me building the map editor that I built, and you can see the pain that caused. I had a horrible time. Mostly because building UI that is not terrible is really difficult.
Don't tell me, I know it.
Okay.
Back attack, I know.
Warning in the while automapping can give... No, I don't want objects, that's fine. Okay. By default, the output of a rule is allowed to output from the same rule, which isn't always what you want. Okay. Okay. Let's try... I assume someone's done this, right? Tiled auto mapping for walls. Someone has to have done this before. Tiled automap generate walls. Okay. Regions, input ground, output walls. Okay. Walls, ground. Strict empty. Okay. Apparently, that is what we want. So let's go view. No. Map. Map properties. Yeah, we can leave those. No, we can untick that one. Right. So then, let's go to layer. No, map. Auto map. That still didn't work. See, that's a really simple wall. Wall rules. Strict empty, true. Some of these encodings are a pain. Right, let's hit Chrome. So that's not what I want though. Yeah, wall. No. Auto mapping can, yeah. See more. Here's my tile map. Can this be set up to auto tap? Yeah, see, this is the sort of thing that works fine. Oh, that's Godot. That's not what I want at all. Okay. Isometric, tiled, auto map rule. Isometric walls. Okay, maybe this. Okay, there's some walls. Yeah, because that's doing full bit masking. Let's go back here. So this worked. If we reorder this, let's go here and delete that and delete that. Okay. Ground. And we're going to go back to the paint tool. Okay. And we're going to take walls and we're going to take this one. I'm going to do the corners first instead of the not corners. So that does that one, that one.
Linguistical question.
Yes? Go for your linguistical question. What is it? Okay. That's those. Then that one. Then that one. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That goes there, that goes there. Those go there. Right. This is then that one. That one's that one.
I'm writing an editing tool for my game, console command. It will define a point for further uses.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And what is the issue? I've got it to work. That works.
I used word chord, changed to point, but think maybe keypoint would be better.
It will define a point for further use case. It depends what that point's going to be used for.
But I think keypoint is a word or an argument, no?
Key point is a word, or I would just call it point.
4.
I would just use the word point as an argument. Right, so let's try this now. Okay. We can actually improve this, because we've actually got more of these. New tile layer. Input 2 walls.
I'm not a native Eng speaker, so asking, sorry if it sounds weird.
Yeah, no, just, that's fine. I would use point, personally. That's outputs, inputs.
I just think for some reason that keypoint means point of view. Not sure.
I just think this. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. Like.
Meow.
Fair enough. Like I think that's still perfectly valid. Okay.
Damn, he meowing like crazy.
And I'm just going to quickly... So this should then work as every combination. Right. So then if I take this, I fixed it. So we can delete this entire layer. I can save all this, close down simple, and open it up. Sorry, I know I was talking, but look. So we can now draw in walls. And it will automatically fill them in. So it's a little bit messy, but I like it. I like this.
I'm just asked 'cause this would be tool for people to use, or I hope so, and want it no be, you know, looking stupid.
My recommendation would be that, in general, single word values for variable names are better if they explain what it is. If you need to use 2 points, then having a descriptor on it, so like start point and end point would be valid, right? Key point, if that's the only argument you're passing in, isn't really necessary. You can just call it point. Does that make sense? You want the minimum name that will describe what you're doing. Right, so I'm going to grab the eraser tool here. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. So I'm going to save that file, export as. Oh no, we don't need to do export as, we just do Command Shift R. And then we restart the client, and we restart the server. And hopefully that should allow walls to work. Oh. Guys, how long have I had it on the browser? Have I just had it on the browser this entire time? I'm so sorry. We have walls working.
So for context, I have commands that edit ARIs from point 1 to point B, 2 XYZ sets. They could be set in many ways, including shortcuts to previously defined variables.
Mm-hmm.
Specific code variables.
Okay. Yeah, so point underscore A and point underscore B is fine. Yeah, that's completely fine.
So points or chords,
I would go.
or maybe
I would go
key
with
point. You know, points that accessible by key.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'd probably go with position or pos. If it was my code.
Position or pos.
Hello, Morty. If you're wondering what your puppet is of, it's of this lovely boy here. Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Not my puppet.
It is also your puppet. Okay, so now we have an issue. Hey. Because our walls are correctly positioned here.
No.
Okay. Oh, that's not what I want. Our walls are defined here. And they look fine here. But on the actual... Hi. On the actual... how can I say this?
Non yelled me out.
Editor, sorry. The offset is correct. But we need to make that correct in game. So, there is something wrong with our world compiler. So we go to, or maybe it's in our map drawer. Because actually this is kind of fine. We just need to go to maplib, source, tiles. And what are we doing? What are you doing, mate? Yeah, hi. Where are you going? Oh, you climbing. Okay, fine. Why are we doing this? Yes, hi. Where are you going? Mate, hi. This is not productive. Fine. Okay. What are we doing here? So we grab the tiles, we grab the offsets. Now isopos does a couple of things here. Tile size.y. Ooh, okay. Because this takes tile size in here. So where does tile size come from? We need to do something screwy here. Because it's centering all the tiles. It's drawing all of our tiles from the center, which isn't right. So how do we fix this? We need to add an offset automatically. So where do we do this? So we generate tile map. Generate tile map, tile height, tile width. Because this is done at this point. Hang on. What do? We grab. So this is the tile set image. So we do know. Do we have offset? We do have offset, right? Hello. Do we have offsets in there? We used to. So let's go back up to our tile set. And we go to tile, mod, tile class, that's fine. Tile set. Okay. We need to add an offset. Okay, so this is pub y offset u32. Pub x offset. And this is actually, no, we don't need it to be a u32, we need it to be an i32. Okay. The offset of the tile when drawn on the y-axis. And let's copy that the same way that we've done there over to the x-axis. Because we have this support on our tiles already. But it's only really an issue when we're drawing them. So what we'll do, and that'll cause a problem here, because we don't know what it is. So that creates the tile set. So we'll do x offset is tileset dot map. No. So the offset is going to be the what is the offset going to be? The offset is going to be the pixel height of the sprite, the pixel width of the sprite, divided by our standard size. So
I think I will stick to the mark. Anyway, it is usually used to mark chords for other commands.
okay. Fair enough. So that gives us those.
I like how sometimes stupid thing like this forces me to Google new words.
Totally fair. Minus 32. So that gives it, yeah. Right. So the image height, minus 32, will get us the offset. But then what we want to do is we want to divide that by 2 because we only want to go down by half that value. So this is 0.5 times this. Like that. That becomes 32. And this doesn't, you can't do times, we got to do divide. Like that. And then this again becomes image width minus 32 divided by 2. Yeah. Okay. So if we then do that again, oh wait, I need to rebuild this. So we do cargo build bin world compiler. Just like that. Then do command R.
Meanwhile, you fixed it nice.
Oh yeah, I fixed it. It's all good.
So what was the issue?
It did it from one side to the other, and I just needed to flip it around. We're just trying to fix the height position issue right now, because these are wrong. Do you see? So we're going to do this as minus instead of plus. And again, build that.
By high to mean a rendering order?
I don't think so. Because I think it's drawing it from the center is my issue. But if it might just be the Z index. If it's the Z index, then I'm massively overcomplicating this. But we'll see. Because on here, that's fine. Do you see what I mean? Because the image rect is 32 by 56. There's got to be a way to simulate or get the same draw size or draw position in here. So tileset properties, grid height 32 by 56, drawing offset, object alignment, center. No? Is it not object alignment? Unspecified, that's fine. Ooh. I don't entirely know what object alignment is. Drawing offset is there. Tile size. Tile render size. Map grid size. That's not what we want. Tile size. Yeah. Fill mode. Preserve aspect ratio. Yeah, that's stretch. That's fine. Orientation isometric. Because I think the issue is that this is drawing them from there, and I don't want it to draw from there, but I don't want to fuck up the offset in here. So I need to fix it over here. I mean, do I just do this as cargo build world compiler? I can leave the server running for this because it won't actually modify it. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to do client. Oh. No, I'm dumb. Because we can do that like that. Cargo build. Not what I wanted. World compiler. We just need to tell the drawing tool so when it actually draws these in here, it needs to add the offset. So default dot with offset, and then we do vec2 from new. Yeah, vec2 new, and then we just pass in the data. So we do tile dot selected tile set. So tile set x offset tile set dot y offset. There we go. So it's not even about and then this is into, right? It's not even really about the map compiler as F32. Right, that goes there. Right, it does that. Fine. Then we go here. And then we go build world compiler. No, we build client. And this should draw them in the front. Okay. They're not flickering as much. But I think that's... actually, I don't even think we need to divide it by 2, do we? Why am I dividing it by 2? I just need to say the offset is minus 32. And we want to move them up by that value. I think. Right, do that. This is such a ridiculous little issue to have. Let's just do that. Wait, is the tile offset on the global thing? Yeah, so it's on the whole tile set properties. That's where we've got the isometric. That's where we've got the drawing offset. We don't need that. That's now fine. Oh. That is a little weird. -1. That is wrong. Let's go here. And let's do vertical offset. What's this second ground layer done? -8. Okay. Is the offset here 8? Is it 16? It's -16. No, it's not. It's 16. 16, like that. Right. Yeah. Let's go back here. Build world compiler. Run that. Run the client. And let's have a look if this works. Okay. I think it's better. It's not perfect. Did I leave the other bit in? Not
Good
really,
enough.
not really good enough. We are perfectionists here. Okay. I'm
Goodish
convinced
enough.
this is. I'm convinced nothing is changing.
Serious sloth.
Goodish enough. I'm convinced nothing is changing. So we did that. Yeah. Minus is up, I think. So we're going to do that. We're going to run that. We're going to go back here. We're going to go back here. I just don't understand what it's doing. Because so let's get rid of this again. Let's go back. So we've got that. Tile set.
So what's new? I was busy fixing my stuff, so I was locked in.
So we have the walls rendering. The wall rendering works on here. So we can draw this. So if you're on the walls thing, you can draw.
Where the text gone?
See how you can draw walls? That works perfectly. The issue comes that when we actually draw
It's chat things.
Oh, it's chat things. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Okay,
Never mind.
that's fine. Right. So then we go in here, and the walls are halfway in the ground.
Which glass I meant, on my side.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear, and the walls are
Yeah, the walls are
half underground.
Yeah, they're half underground. So I think the offset is wrong.
Hello, fella cat. Mao.
So I think the issue is that tiled is automatically handling the fact
You have
that
two
this...
layers of ground.
I do. But the issue is that this wall is 56... It's 56 pixels high? 56 pixels high. So 56 minus 32 is 24. 24 minus... divided by 2 is 12. So that means that there's technically an offset of 12. But if I put that in here... Oh. Oh. That does perfectly put them in the corner. If I change that to be 12 rather than minus 12...
No, I think your game is rendering everything from like a Z0. Yes, it renders the tiles correctly in layers, but the walls get drawn from 0, so from the first ground layer.
They don't actually. So we actually have this thing where the vertical offset is minus 8. And it uses that to determine... Because this is y equals up. And it uses that to determine how high it should draw it.
Do you account the offset in-game?
I account for the offset, but it draws it for based on the tile height, not the map height. So yeah.
Everything you do in tiled, you need to do the same in-game, otherwise it won't work.
Yeah, I do know that. I'm just trying to get it to work. So if we do the world compiler again. So the issue is that we've got the ability to do this X and Y offset. So all we need to do is work out what are we doing for the minus 8, because we do use this on tiles here. No, is it tiles or is it layers? I think it's in chunk. So in here we've got height, the height at which this tile should be rendered. Now this comes from doing, so it sorts by layers, that's fine. And where do we use it? I think we pass it in. No, we don't. We create in the component, we implement an isometric thing with the layer height being this. And the layer height is that, which is set over in la-di-da-di-da. Map utils? There's flatten layers. Generate map layer. Okay. So where does it generate the height? So generate map layer. Yeah. Chunk size. Get tile. Okay, get tile set this. Dot height. In tiles. So get tile. So that generates that, but where's the height set? Is it main? Layer offset Y -8. Okay. Yeah, so -8 turns to 1. So that means that over here, when we do the offset, we need to... The offset is in... Yeah, so we need to add tile set dot tile width. No, tile width. So if we've got the width, then what we need to do is we need to -32 from that, because that'll get us the additional bit. Then we need to divide that by 2. Bid mass. Brackets, indices, division multiplication. So we need to do that. Right. So that divides it by 2. So that gives us that. Then we need to divide that value by 8. So actually we can divide that by 16 to get the difference. As F32 divided by 16. Right, so let's go back to tile set here and just change this to F32s on both sides. And then when we use it down here, we then don't need to convert it either. Fine. Okay, let's do that. Yeah. As F32. Yep. Okay. And then let's copy this here and do tile width. And I think that should be okay. I'm doing maths in my head, so I don't know how accurate that is. Okay. So that should allow us to do the same thing on the client. Oh, there's overlap. Yeah, there is. Let's do 8 pixels down. Yeah. Wait, no. If there's overlap, I don't need to do that. I can just take this here and divide by 8 instead, because then I'm not dividing by 2. So we're going to take that, we're going to build that again. Do that. Build the client again. And then divide by -8. I'm just not convinced this is doing anything. If I set this to not minus anything, right? Then I should be wildly off. And then we can at least see if it's working. If it's actually doing anything. I'm not convinced it is. If I set this to 10, just to see if it does anything. Then they should be way up in the sky. And they're not. Okay, so that's fine. So this is still valid. The question is, why isn't it taking this into account when we draw it? So we do isometric transform with x offset, y offset. Okay. So we do component and we spawn in. Oh. Tile with height, layer dot height. Shit. Yeah, okay. I see why we've done this wrong. So we go back to this component. Because this is spawning a tile, then we need the tile set. Like that. Else world dot command. No, can I do world dot commands world dot get? Okay. Context dot entity. And we're gonna do this. Transform. No, existing transform equals that. Otherwise, we're going to say, and this is going to be get mut, like that, as mut dot unwrap, and we're going to say set offset. That's annoying. Do I not have a isopos function for set offset with offset? Set does not do this. It's not what I want. Set offset does nothing except, there we go. Okay, set offset. Say let offset equals this. Offset, offset. Let mut. Okay. There we go. Okay, so then we're going to do that again. That again. I might have been right all along with my maths, I just wasn't applying it correctly. Okay. Do I use offset? 2vec3 plus tile width, tile height. Height z pos. Yeah, so I added there. So what am I doing here? Let's just set this to 100 as we were, or 10, as we were saying before. We'll see whether that changes. And then we know if that data is being passed up or not. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down from Mr. Bones. So 1. Everything's now broken. The whole thing's broken now. That's why.
Another dumb question, if you allow.
Go for it. I'm all for the dumbest questions. Okay. Let's build that. Click in here.
Zone or area? In context of area between two specific marks, in my system used for editing tools.
I prefer area because zone is less specific.
I have items, and those items on use doing some word editing.
Yeah, I would go area. Okay, so removing that fixes that.
Okay, so area.
Yeah. So let's do minus tile width plus 32. Yeah. As F32. F32. Do this as that. Oh. Times -1 plus that times minus. So it's brackets, indices, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Yeah, that's fine. So that should be fine. This needs to be .0. Right. Let's try that. Oh. View. There is a command line. Let me see the command line. View log. File. View. Console. Clear console. Right. Now I know that's definitely generated. This is in pixels, that one wasn't. Let's do that. Clear console, Command R. We're getting there. I'm getting further away. It has to be something like that. So let's do build world compiler. Let's go here. Right. Okay. That's way off. Like that's actually way off, which is good because that's actually done something then.
If that doesn't work, do some weird stuff, where you do the math very wrong with big numbers and see what it does. Wow, my stream is delayed.
Oh really? Oh, that's not a good sign.
Refresh.
Refresh indeed.
Okay, we good.
Actually, let's double check.
Once I watched stream with 30 minutes delay.
Is this just a...
Dat was fun. LMFO.
Positioning? So, one moment. I have an idea. So we're going there. So where is this? So this wall here is this tile. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. It's 4 away. 1, 2.
Fireball!
3, 4. Why fireball? Why fireball?
Why not?
Fair enough.
Morty liquid chicken.
He's already got liquid chicken today.
Also roll deck save, please.
We have a die.
Al Prosto Cotillo, did you know that Michael was in a movie called Chicken Run?
I got a 10. That's safe, right?
got 16.
I just want to see whether if I just hard code it to minus 16 on that and 0 on the X, what does happen? Because I feel like I'm just overcomplicating this right now. And that's not a good sign, because that means I probably am. Damn, so you are more dexterous than I am.
You got 10. So, run, Chimkin, run. Power up, Saba, ping, power up.
Okay, generate map layer. Can we do this as... So that adds the offset.
Also tell about the movie.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? So the isopos is fine. That's completely fine. We have the chunk where it gets the component and then it does this with layer height. Ooh.
Chicken Run the movie. Thuler never rack attack. He told about the movie.
With layer. That's an I8. Index layer. Right. Why can't I do index as U8? Why doesn't it like me doing that? Because it needs to be an I8. Okay.
Oh, it's a cartoon. So you a voice actor?
Thriller is taking the piss. He believes that there is one photo of me that my hair is slightly messy. And Thriller believes that I look like one of the people in Chicken Run. So. Okay, so
I
that's
don't believe it's facts. Anders can confirm. Oh.
Oh, that's so close to being correct. That's fine. We can fix this. Should this be 8 as well? Yeah. So what's wrong with this? What are we still doing that we don't want to be doing? Map tools, no. Yeah, map tools. If I change that.
Diff thing. You sound like one dude from YouTube. He makes videos about diff interesting things.
I mean, if you're saying that I make interesting videos, then I'll take it.
Or could be just an accent.
It could just be the accent. That being said, I don't think I have a particularly strong one at the best of times. Okay. So if I stand here, then I'm in front of it. If I stand back here, I stand here. Then okay, then I'm behind it. Okay, so this is drawing it correctly. Oh, no, I'm not.
As for me, all English speakers have accents.
That's so close to being right. That's so close to being right.
American,
Okay.
British, Australian, New Zealand.
So when it was... Okay. Let's take that.
All those are different accents.
Let's try that. World compiler. Run that. Client. American, British, Australian, New Zealand. All English speakers do have accents. If you come to the UK,
European
there
English
are
different from
actually
USA
quite
English.
a lot of accents.
All just sounds different. It's fun to guess. So many flaws.
Okay. That's close.
Flavors.
So we're going to do that. Divide by 8. Oh, God. I just need this to work. Just once. Okay. No, because that's still not right. And that's because this is minus. And then this is 8. Okay. It would help if I did the right thing. I do need to collect some more music as well soon. It's just so close to being right, and I'm... Okay. Also, there is a slight issue with our camera, which I'm going to quickly go fix, which is in client...
You know what game it reminds me?
What game does it
Doofus.
remind you of? Doofus. I see.
Some old MMO.
Yeah, that's fair. So I actually use, like I say it's based on Ultima Online, Meridian 59, and RuneScape. I love how much it's more scaled now. Well, that's not what we want. I think the width is just slightly off. Is it 420? But it should be.
Also, old incorrect word.
Why? I'm actually losing my mind here.
Seems it still exists. Just for a long time now.
So if we have this set to 12, not that way, minus 12. Then that puts it on the wrong side.
Rack Attack FB Catch here. Take mine, spare one.
Yeah, take mine. I appreciate the thought. It is nice of you. But it's just one of those things where I need to resolve it. Because that makes it work there. Okay. Why the hell? What does this Y offset and X offset need to be? Is it 16? Division multiplication times -1. Is it that I'm just not timesing it by -1? Bin compiler. I'm gonna run that. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna log in. It's just wrong. That'll be why. I'm doing the width twice. Come on, guys. No one saw that. I was doing the calculation on the width twice, and the width is 32, so it was perfect every time. Right. So let's go here.
What?
So, yeah, you can see here, that's the wrong way. It's in the wrong corner. So this needs to be 8, not 16. And then we can do this. There we go. Oh wait, that's not been regenerated. So we run that. We run that. We get the eraser so that we can delete that. Do that. Okay. I'm having to run it multiple times because I'm not treating it as safe. Okay. Okay, so... Okay. That's like 1 pixel off. Can I walk here? I can. Can I walk here? Okay. Okay. It's still slightly off. Because... Oh, right. Give me a second. Let y equals this. Let x equals this. And because of the way that isometric works, we have to do plus x over 2. Because, of course we do. Cargo build compiler. Is it world compiler like that? No, it's this. Will that fix it? Okay, that's slightly different, right? It's still like a couple of... It's just so close to being right. Right. What does the so the offset that it needs is so that has it not in the center of there. So if we're drawing this in, so that has -8 pixels, and it's in the center of a tile. This is fine. We just don't need to times it by -1 because we were doing that to counteract something that we don't care about. So let's do that. Let's run the client again. Okay, is that reasonable? No, the X has fucked that. So we don't need this bit anymore, I don't think. Right. I'm always unsure about this. You still working, Prosto?
Hmm?
I'm just asking if you're still working.
I'm in my hote here. Thoughts. I'm waiting for the liquid chicken to become available.
It's not going to become available because it's been 5 hours and 38 minutes of streaming, and it only becomes available after 12 hours. Map properties. 32 by 16.
Soon.
Right.
Did he break it? 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 But
I see.
not like this.
Okay, let's have a look. Did that fix it? Right. Okay.
Why it called blep, if it is more lioe blah 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 blah. Like,
I don't actually know, to be honest. Okay. So I was just doing a quick check. Apparently we've used 36% over the past 2 streams of our text-to-speech limits, which I think isn't too bad.
so again, you asked me something.
Oh,
I completely missed your question.
I was just being nosy to see how you were doing, man.
3. Oh, got it.
Right. Build world.
Writing my
compiler.
stuff here, too.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just sort of a nice, chill devs doing dev stuffs thing. Okay, this is very broken.
Yep.
Um, so what does it actually need to be? So, right. Hear me out. We have normal sprites that are 32 by 32.
It's 2 a.m. soon, but want to make some small things. Mostly to calm voice in my head, screaming, I did nothing today.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
So 32 by 32.
Yeah, so we've got a 32 by 32 tile. So if we go over to tiled and we click on ground.tsx, these are 32 by 32. And that's how they render. The walls are 32 by 56, which means we have 32. Oh, sorry, we have 56 minus 32. So 24 pixels additional. So, do we just need to add the difference?
20 roof.
Because if we do that, then we get a width of additional width of 0. So that's fine. And we get an additional width of 24. So do we just negative 24 from it? Is that how we do it? Am I trying to do maths with this based on the assumption that it's centered when it's not? Or am I trying to do something royally stupid? Okay. Because if we look at that, that is wrong. But actually, is it? So if I look at this, then it does overflow. Is that how it's meant to look? Wait, if I'm over here,
No. This is where a camera zoom would come in handy. Not really looking correct.
No, it's not.
Looks like it too high.
Yeah. Right, let's have a think. Okay. Multiplication times -1.0. Right. Are we adding when we should be taking away? Okay, can I walk here? Okay. The pathfinding here looks right. No. Oh. Is this 0? Was it just the layering fix that I needed? If this is now right, then I'm gonna just sit there, like, completely flabbergasted, because I'll be so annoyed. No, so that does that. Okay.
How about place some diff ground tiles and then wall on those tiles?
So what? Okay.
See, are they not shifting aside or something? You put sand under walls.
So there is an offset that's wrong. What have we done? What have we changed? We've added the offset. That's fine. I don't have a problem with the offset. That has a function to set the offset. Fine. We add the layer. Do we use with layer anywhere else? We don't use the layer anywhere else. That's fine. I want to try something. I'm going to go back to 0 here. I'm thinking we're doing the layers like this, and we need to be doing them like that. So, let's change this. Let's do build the world compiler like that. Let's go here, generate that. Let's run the game. I could split this up into 32 by 32 tiles. Okay. So that's 14. You can see that's the position. 13. So that there is 7. Okay. So that is the right tile. So now we just need to shift it upwards. Right. Let me have a look. I need to double check something. Bevy directions. Left-handed. There's a word for this. Coordinate system. Right. Y is up, so we want to increase Y to go up. So we don't want it to be negative. We want it to be positive. So this becomes X, this becomes Y. So, like that. Does that work? Now, tile sets. This is not negative. We need this to be the other way around. So then we're going to do cargo build world compiler. We go in here. We're going to render those out. I'm going to build this. Log in. Okay. And I think that is mostly okay. But then I think the issue here actually let's see. So we are on tile 14.9. This should be one up from us. 14.8. So that should be left by one tile. So what's that? That's 15.8. That's 14.9. That's 14.8. Okay. So we're off by half a tile.
Put sand or dirt and count pixels.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Okay. Yep. So let's go ground here. Ground. We're going to get sand. There you go. Right. And then we can see what's wrong. You guys are right.
Also, you can move wall closer to spawn point to not to walk every time.
So we're half a tile off. So let's go back to our map tools, and this becomes right.
Oh yeah, it all shifted.
So let's minus 16, and we'll divide by 2. And divide by 2. Because if we're dividing by 2, then we only need to minus half the...
I don't like how it said, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Or do I need to still do the full 32? Is that what I need to do here? It would help if I actually reran the compiler. There we go. That's right, right? That's how we want it. Now, it's not blocking you walking on those tiles. But that is working. Right, let me just log out and log back in. There's some weirdness to do with...
Is something...
Yeah, so if we walk here... Fuck. The ground tiles are now
99%
off.
solved, only 99% left.
The ground tiles are now off. So this has solved it. Annoyingly, this has solved it. But if you... Yeah, this has solved it, but why has that messed it up? So I think the issue here is we've gotten the right answer from the wrong thing. Because if we take 56, we divide it by 2, then we get 28. Minus 32 is minus 4. So that gives us that way. If we do 56 minus 32 divided by 8, is 3. We need minus 6 divided by 6. Y divided by 6. 24. 24 divided by 6. Why? So 24 divided by 6. Why would 6 be the number to do it by? If we change this from being that to that, I mean, that would work. So let's we can put this in, and then the question is, what would the outcome be? If I'd done, for example, rather than doing a 56 tile one, a 64 tile one. 5.3. What is that 6 representing? This is the painful bit, is because that produces the right answer too. But I don't trust it as a reason for generating the right answer. You ever hear that old saying that like 20% of the work divide times -1.
Yeah. But I prefer 99.99. It gives me full 146%.
Fair enough.
It is more correspond to freaking reality of coding, not like this.
I totally get you. Like, this is infuriating. Okay. I fixed it. I can't tell you what I did. So that's 16.9, that's 16.8, that's 16.7. We can now click inside there, pathfinding works. And everything's in the right place. Brilliant.
Dino dance.
So the thing now is now we have a layering problem because we introduced... Actually, here's the next question. That there is our layer. Do we still need our layering bit? So we go here, and we do this. Do we still need that bit? Because I don't think we should need it, but I want to be sure. So we're going to do the world compiler. I'm going to do that. Right, and then we're going to rerun it. There we go. And then without the layering bit, that should now no longer have, yeah, the rendering issue. Perfect. This is what we want. Okay. That's fine. Now. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. I'm maybe overthinking that bit. Okay, so that gives us the existing transform. That's all fine. We've got the ability to handle offsets. We've got the offset handler here. So that's added walls back. Okay. So, we do need to re-add hiding walls, but that can wait until later. We'll do that tomorrow. We also need roofs, but roofs are also kind of simple to do. We just need to remember that 56 is actually what? 50, so it's not 56 really. So if we get one tile like this, each layer is 8 pixels. So we do 8, 16, 32, and then it's there. Right, cool. So we're only 32 pixels tall, which is good, because that makes it fairly easy to build a ceiling or a roof. Let's push this up, I think. There's a lot of stuff here. I'm going to do feet. Map. No, tile. Add support for walls in tiled. Push that up. Awesome. Okay, so I am actually going to raid out at this point, and I'm going to raid someone that I've been watching most of today. So I hope you all enjoy them as much as I do. We're going to... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. We're going to hit raid channel. And we're going to go over, I'm going to hit onto BMO. Now, just for warning, if you can go over there to tell them I sent you, I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, have fun. And I will see you guys tomorrow.
Bevy.